Esiet
Welcome in the international conference inside of the green and digital future. During this conference, we will talk about the topical questions in the green and digital transition, focusing on AI effect on the working environment. And one of the main topics is how technological innovations can help make this digital transition, green transition in the energy sector. And of course, this is supported by the Employers Confederation of Latvia, and their main goal is to reach a result of gaining the results of European social dialogue.
Digital future. During this conference, we will discuss the current issues of the digital and green transition in Europe, focusing on the impact of artificial intelligence on the work environment. Tā kā mūsu diskusija
As our conference is international, we have both international guests and local experts. We have two working languages, Latvian and English. For those present, the interpretation is available via headphones, but anyone online can watch the conference on our YouTube channel, on TVNet, and the conference without interpretation is available in the portal of the Employers Confederation of Latvia.
Local experts, the working languages of the conference are two, Latvian and English. The translation is available to those present using headphones, while the live broadcast with translation can be watched on YouTube platform of the Employers Confederation of Latvia, as well as LSM News portal, and without translation on Facebook page and TVNet News portal. Un, protams, visiem konferences.
And of course, to all participants of the conference watching online and here in person will have the opportunity to ask questions to experts during the panel discussions using the Slido app. And I hope we'll see the QR code on screen so you can scan it now. I think I and all of us are interested in the overall feeling in the room today and your opinion and thoughts on the topics that we'll talk about today. So you can scan it and we'll have a question immediately, a simple question. Are you green and digital on a daily basis? And there are options you can answer, green, digital, or both. And please try to be honest, because yesterday I asked this to my kids, and they said that they are both. And I'm quite glad that our future generation considers themselves to be both. So it looks like most of the participants of the conference are both, or consider them both. So you can definitely keep on voting and express your opinion. But of course, the goal of the conference is to inspire employers in Latvia for positive change. So first, I will give the floor for opening remarks to the president of the Employers Confederation of Latvia, Andris Bitte. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Employers Confederation of Latvia is the largest organization that represents employers in Latvia, which unites around 150 members, both individual companies and associations. And in our companies, there are around 44% of employees in Latvia. We are one of 3 social dialogue partners with the government and unions, trade unions, which have a significant role in our economy, pushing policies, trying to have a dialogue with government and trade unions on how to change our economy, develop our economy and the environment in our country. For many years, the Employers Confederation of Latvia is doing different projects that help employers and employees to move towards development, improving the overall working environment. For several years, we had a project on work safety, consultations and improvements in Latvian companies. And this year, we finished a project on work environment-based learning or training in vocational education. And along with our partners, we have started an EC project for the green and digital transition of Latvian employers. Employers usually are the first ones to meet or encounter and try to adapt to their daily lives, the policies, the directions that we have set out in Latvia and the EU. And of course, this is no easy task to harmonize these theories and new visions with practice, with real life, while maintaining the viability of a company and the social environment, etc. So all of these new initiatives are very important factors in our everyday life and work. So the main task when carrying out these policies and implementing these policies, they take place in different levels, but the main goal is to maintain competitiveness both on a company level and on a state level. So how Latvia looks in terms of competitiveness against other competing states in Europe, and of course having Europe compete on a global level, because these are large challenges. From one side, these are high ambitions, the Green Deal and the digital transition and policy. At the same time, the world develops in different tempos and speeds. Um, Political and economic interests change each year, and there is a risk for the EU to be less competitive if we have policies that ignore the real world situation. So, in the Green Deal and green transformation and digitalization, it is important that the EU and the state and every company set realistic goals that they can reach, that are overall directed towards companies becoming better, richer, more successful, and more competitive. Because there can be a very green and digital company, but they will lose the competition, lose their position tomorrow. So harmonizing the reality and your capabilities and capacities that we as a society or as the EU is very important. So if these policies are do not account for real life, and if we implement policy that doesn't work in real life, we we have companies that are not competitive in the long run, and they are gone. And asking the question, why are we organizing this conference here today, is for the practical side. The companies, both Latvian and foreign ones, they could share their practical experience. What does implementing these processes mean? How can this affect both positively, and what are the risks when you implement these policies in the functioning of these companies, so that we could avoid the largest risk that we have in these processes, that we can fall into any extremes. So we shouldn't live with this religious fundamentalism almost, that we just have to implement the policy as much as possible without accounting for anything else. And in the end, each process ends with any stakeholders, the states or the companies or the EU's view. What are they ready to change in this process? I have a goal of digitalization. We have gathered here for a discussion on digitalization and the green transition, and I'm still reading my speech from a sheet of paper. So my commitment in the coming period is to maybe not change to using my memory, but at least a digital format. So I hope that today's discussions will be productive and interesting so each of you can gain some practical application for these views and ideas, and maybe some of your doubts will be cleared, and maybe some of you will see the potential risks. So I'll wish you an interesting day. Thank you to the team of the Employers Confederation of Latvia that for years on end have been pushing and moving these processes and helps their members and society at large to learn something new. And I'll wish you an interesting day. Thank you. Thank you, Andris Bitte. And maybe change is not something that comes that easily. Well, I have a tablet. It took me a while to get to this level, but change is affected by political decisions. So now I'll ask on the stage Kaspars Melns, the Minister of Climate and Energy. Yes, I have to be honest, I'm still holding on to my sheet of paper. Well, I don't have this commitment to move towards digitalization in this regard, but I think the change has to be made. So we as policymakers, actually, I would like to start my speech with words from our poet Rainis, those who change shall remain. And we have to change, we have to move forward. And from a business perspective, we always hear, oh, I'll invest a bit more and then I'll be at peace and then I can relax. And of course, you develop and then you understand that you still have to move forward, you have to look for new solutions, and you are never at peace. And when you are at peace, in a way, you degrade because everybody else is moving forward, so you can't stop. And there's a choice you have to make. And now we are facing a difficult choice. So are we taking the opportunities presented to us, or are we standing in one spot and look at everyone moving forward? So this is the large story about the large decision. So we have to move forward with an economic foundation, with reasons why we do it. And and so, and where was this mistake in translating? Because we talk about this Green Deal, and we use a different word in Latvian. So here we actually have to use the word deal in Latvian. And what we have to focus in this regard is the road we take to make this transition. Taking a look at the future in 10 years' time, those who will be more successful will be the ones who will reach them in a more economically justified way. So here I will invite you as representatives of the Employers Confederation of Latvia to give criticisms, give feedback, because you will give the best examples of what is necessary that you could be more competitive than other countries of the EU and other countries globally. And we can't say that the Green Deal is black or white. These are extremes, so we just have to look at what we can take from this, what we can implement, what are good programs, what doesn't work. There are a lot of good things that we take a look at and see that, well, why are we not doing this? For example, renovating buildings and raising their heat effectiveness or energy efficiency. So you have less emissions, lower bills, better environment, a more beautiful city. So where are the problems? Where are the challenges? Why are we not taking this road? So we don't have to blindly follow one correct path. And this is in our hands. And by us, I mean us, the politicians, and you, the employers. So you are participating in working groups, express your opinions, and this is our opportunity. And here, we don't have to be afraid. And I won't be talking about large questions as green technologies. Of course, there will be this large choice that we have to make on wind energy parks. I talked with some people about the classical story. We all want cheap green energy, but not in my backyard. So, in whose backyard will we put these wind turbines? Because Lithuanians are building them. They will already have 1,400 megawatts of wind energy, and we will have the 133 that we had for years. And there are companies that are thinking of green technologies, green hydrogen, green fuels, etc. And where will this manufacturing be developed? Here or in Lithuania, where they already have bases? So this is a decision we have to make. Are we taking this path or not? So if we say no, we have to know what the consequences are. But here I would like to invite you to think about the consequences purely not only for us, but for our children, for the coming generations. Because when we talk to them in schools, they are looking at these issues in a different way. They are aware of this. They know that this is the direction that has to be taken, and these are opportunities. And this is an opportunity for us to reach certain power. For example, if we build these generation stations, we can reach prices as low as 5 cents. And we have to decide whose backyard we will put these generators in. And people people see the world in black and white oftentimes. But if we take a look at China, China invests in solar panels more than the rest of the world combined. Again, this is an opportunity. The world is investing several trillions in green energy. So again, a question and the decision we have to make, are we investing, are we attracting investment? Or we don't need this. Of course, we can pretend, for example, in terms of digitalization, um, and we'll talk about AI, which is actually not a field that is too clear for me, and it is inevitable. It will enter our lives. The question is when and to what extent, and of course, how efficiently can we implement it in our everyday processes. It's like any instrument. If you learn a tool, you can use it, but if you don't know how to use the tool, it just disrupts your everyday life and makes it harder. And of course, you can be more competitive by using the most up-to-date tools. And of course, this is a challenge for myself, and I'm still looking at it slightly skeptically. But of course, I think I will make the transition as I will from paper to digital and from digital to AI. And I think this AI is an opportunity to become more efficient, faster. And these, again, are our opportunities. And we have wonderful examples. For example, startups that here that, for example, manufacture electronic vehicles, buses. In Ventspils in a forum, I was glad to hear about a company that manufactures wind turbines for the whole world. A lot of employees, a lot of risks, and moving forward, new people with new ideas, thinking out of the box. And for example, they tried washing these turbines with drones. It didn't work, and they tried something else. So these are opportunities. So it's a question if we take advantage of them or not. So I'll wish you to be active, to have constructive criticisms, and of course be critical of the information around us. This is very important because you are leaders in your companies, leaders in society, and it is in your hands to in, inform people about the green, about the digital, because unfortunately we live in a time where it is easy to criticize and to say that everything is bad, but here you come in and tell us what is good, what are the directions we have to take. I'll be honest, I as a politician do not have the answer. What is the one correct direction? And I don't think there is one. We just have to try and maybe in 2 years there will be something that we will have to change. Maybe one direction won't work. And when composing the climate plan, the national climate plan, changes in EVs, for example, the lithium batteries are becoming outdated. Maybe in a few years we'll have more or less EVs. Will hydrogen have such good perspectives? For example, Germany is working on this. How much they invest in each sector, I do not know. So you have to be passionate about something and take a look at how the world is changing and what works. And that's the way it happens in life. You make plans, but in the end, the result is completely different, and you look for solutions to reach a goal. So, again, from my side, I would like to invite you to take a look at our homepage from the 1st of May. There will be support for solar panels, so we are broadening this program. So not only private persons but companies will be able to get the support for solar panels and becoming greener, so lower carbon balance. And again, we're just looking at opportunities, looking at paths we can take. So let's create this path together to reach these goals, because this is what's most important. And let's not be afraid of change. Let's go into the unknown with a smile on our faces. Let's be aware that change will take place. And we know that we might have to change our climate plans. And as Rainis said, those who change shall remain. So thank you.
Paldies, ministra kungam. Jā,
Thank you, Mr. Minister. And so I hope that we will all work together to make our future more green and digital. And now, the last introductory speech, I'm going to give floor to Zana Petra, head of the European Commission representation in Latvia. Good morning, dear Minister, Mr. Bitte, ladies and gentlemen. I am very honored to participate in the opening of this conference, and to my mind, this discussion is very needed, both for employers and for the Latvian society. And it will definitely give many ideas of what this future road could be, what others are doing, what ideas we can borrow from them, and I think each of us will find some useful and valuable ideas. Yes, often we think how green or digital we are, and these are the goals we have to set for ourselves to move forward. It's easier to speak about the green things because we are more thinking about how many resources we are using, what we are doing, how are we moving. But speaking about the digitalization, also me, and I have to work on this issue. I wanted to take a planchette with me, a tablet with me, but the technology didn't want to cooperate with me this morning, so I had to stick with the paper. As technologies are evolving fast, we have to try to stick up with them. And all these new ideas have been thought and invented in Latvia and abroad, and we have the beautiful opportunity to borrow these ideas, to implement them here. And this direction is very important for the European Commission. It has always been important during its existence, and also today it is of topical importance because the European Commission sees that digitalization as a strategy for the European growth. And this could be the direction that we could use, and we should seize the opportunities, the world today. Because also on the global scale, digitalization and the green transition is taking place. Other countries are moving forward, and also we have to go along with them. And we can use it as a strategy for the growth of our national economy. This year is very important for Latvia because we are also marking the 20th anniversary since we joined the European Union. And looking back at this time, I think we can appreciate what we have managed to do. We have faced many challenges, but we have also managed to find many positive solutions. And in the given geopolitical situation, there could be nothing better than being a part of the European community. And speaking about financing, during this period, Latvia has received nearly 18 billion euros, which has been invested in many different directions, in social and healthcare issues, in infrastructure, in improving employment conditions. This has been as a starting point for the next growth period of our national economy. And just some days ago, I had the opportunity to listen to the climate experts who gathered here in Riga, and I think that this common understanding between the scientists is clear. We have to act now to mitigate the climate change. And the European Green Deal is the map for reaching our common goals. At the same time, I also agree that we have to think about people and our planet, of course, but we have to think also of the competitiveness of our national economy. We have to find ways of making this transition socially justifiable and just and fair. And speaking about various initiatives of European Commission, you all know our goals that have been set by 2030 regarding cutting emissions. This affects many different fields and sectors. We have managed to come to agreements over the last few years. Yes, a lot of work has still to be taken to interpret our deals into specific actions, but this deal has been quite clear. And in February this year, we agreed on the next goals to be reached by 2040. So the discussions will continue after the parliamentary elections this summer, and then we will follow with some more specific agenda of what and how to reach. Latvian and European competitiveness is of great importance, and therefore currently, and yesterday or some days ago, one report was published that looked at the single market of the European Union and what improvements should be made for us to be more for us to use the single market more easily. And now we are working on a final report where we will offer some conclusions of how to improve our competitiveness. Speaking about the digitalization, which is the second part of issues that you are going to discuss at this conference, well, the current goals are rather clear, including also for the companies, and stating that 75% of companies should use cloud computing, big data, etc. Yes, we see that AI is becoming more and more important in our everyday activities, and those who will learn how to use it will benefit most. And on the European level, of course, we recognize that AI is giving us such opportunities to develop and to use new potentials, but still we also understand that a new regulation is needed. And this was the reason why the new AI Act was adopted to ensure that this environment is safe and secure and that all human rights are observed. So the starting position is that where we see the most risks, we need the most restrictions. So we will never restrict everything. Of course, we will always consider the opportunities for growth as well. So this will be a long road into the future. And I also wanted to mention that speaking about financing, which can actually be used as an argument for doing or not doing something, then the European Commission allocates significant funds for this goal, both within different plans and programs and projects. But the goal now is to try to use these funds and financing to ensure this transition and to implement this transition. And those who will manage to do it first will be the winners after all. And at the end, I would like to encourage you to seize the opportunities, to look at this time as a time of new challenges and opportunities. This is the strategy for our growth, for our development. This will allow us to raise our competitiveness and productivity, and this will allow us to guide others or to go along with them in Europe. And I wish you an interesting conference, exchange of interesting opinions, and I wish you many good ideas how to use these things in the future. Thank you, Ms. Zana Peter, head of the European Commission representation in Latvia. And now it is time for us to start the first part of our conference, Developments in Digitalization and Green Transition in Europe. And from green and digital thinking to action for policy implementation is the topic of Director General of the Employers Confederation of Latvia, Mr. Kaspars Gorkšs. Good morning, both those who are present here, who have found the time to arrive. I'm very honored to address you here in presence, and also those who are with us online. And today I will try to link the official introductory speeches and the actual agenda of our conference. And the main issue and the main question I would like to answer during my presentation or my speech is why are we talking about that? Because this shift in thinking had to start yesterday. We have strategies, we have plans that have to be implemented, but we are still speaking about those plans we are going to implement. And it is clear that in an environment where public trust is among the lowest in the world, it is difficult to introduce new policies and approaches. But we have to understand that the pace in which new challenges emerge exceed the pace of this process in the past. We live in a century where new problems emerge more quickly, and we have no time to discuss a bit about it. We have to react more swiftly, we have to think how we are acting in case of such events. And this relates both to green and digital transition, where decision-making process, both in policy planning context and in general, actually means that this investigation process are taking place together with actual action processes. And sometimes we understand that these decisions are not the right ones that could move us forward. And this relates both to decision-making questions and about problem-solving processes, because problems emerge more quickly than we have used to it. Therefore, both policymakers, employers, also employees must be able to react to those changes, must be able to accept data-based decisions and to make such database decisions. And considering the pace of our development, we need to ensure that we are competitive on the global scale. So the key message the Employers Confederation of Latvia would like to pass on is that the green and digital transition must be perceived as an opportunity, and therefore we have started, together with our partners, this new activity cycle, and this conference is a part of this cycle, and we are going to organize 10 webinars about green and digital transition and how they affect the labor market and related activities. And we are also going to conduct surveys to assist our members and all other stakeholders to better understand the essence of green and digital transition, and not only to understand it, but also to take the first steps in implementing it. And speaking about the green and digital transformation, it is important to underline that we are actually speaking about two things. This is a twin transition that will be possible to be implemented if it is generally available, if we will understand what it encompasses, and if we will be able to implement it. So we will reach the effect if we can participate all, and therefore also this cycle of activities will be formed. So to offer you some solutions and provide the platform for mutual discussions so that you could arrive at potentially new conclusions. I have approached the end of my small speech, and therefore I would like to wish you a productive afternoon, and I invite you to follow our Confederation in our activities in this green and digital transition in the future, and personal invitation to have open-minded about these issues. Maybe we should not look at all opportunities with the same joy as we receive the repeated emails from some unknown princes from the other countries offering us some piles of gold. But nevertheless, I wish you a fruitful afternoon, and I had the honor to address you this morning.
Thank you, Kaspars. Actually, I was addressed on Airbnb by a Russian speaker who was offering me things out of this world. But again, this is linked to the AI probably. So I had the I had the common sense not to answer him. But now we're moving to the green and digital direction, and now I will invite the OECD Deputy Environment Director, Kumi Kitamori, and she will be joining us remotely. And as the conference has two working languages, the ones present here can access interpretation via headphones, but those of you joining online can have interpretation online in YouTube and no interpretation on the LDDK website. But now, Kumi Kitamori.
Hello, good afternoon, well, good morning in your time zone. I'm very happy for the OECD to be joining this very important conversation to take place today. We just heard about the twin transition, but I would like to start by acknowledging that they are actually unidentical twins, going green and going digital. On the one hand, the climate crisis has put us in a situation of existential risk, with current policy pathways putting us on the track for over 3 degrees Celsius of warming compared to pre-industrial level, with disastrous impacts, including extreme weather events. We just heard that in the news yesterday in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, they are suffering unprecedented flooding. And actually, my colleagues are stuck there, and we don't know if they're able to come back. I mean, who would have thought that kind of thing could happen? So we are in a dire situation. We need to speed up and scale up our green transition. And on the other hand, green transition is not necessarily a goal in itself, but means to achieve greater prosperity, as we heard already earlier. We can harness digital technologies to achieve faster, fairer, and more effective green transition in various different ways. So today, I would like to talk about 4 key areas where synergies between green and digital transitions can be leveraged together. Next slide, please. So the first point is, how do we do this? We can boost targeted, effective green and digital skills training to take full advantage of economic opportunities of both transitions. Both the green and digital transition can offer enormous opportunities in terms of jobs in green sectors, economic growth, and also international competitiveness. To fully seize these opportunities, our labor markets must be able to adapt to these transitions. This is, however, not currently the case. Our OECD analysis shows that speed of environmental and digital transformations is outpacing the rate of change in our education and skills policies and their capacity to respond to emerging needs in society and labor markets. According to our recent OECD Skills Outlook that you see on the screen, we urgently need to focus efforts to, 1, improve information processing skills such as literacy, numeracy, digital literacy to allow individuals to access, analyze, interpret, and organize and communicate such information. 2, prioritize the acquisition of social, emotional, and communication skills. And 3, and raise awareness of the role of metacognitive skills, meaning the ability to think about and regulate one's own thinking process, monitor and evaluate one's own learning and understanding, and plan, set goals, and adjust strategies to meet these goals. So overcoming the skills shortage is also essential in ensuring that both transitions are fair and leave no one behind. Again, the OECD analysis of the EU's Fit for 55 policy package projects that by 2030, a 3% fall in employment for blue-collar and farm workers on the one hand, while increase of 45% for other types of occupations. The overall job losses from the transitions to net zero are expected to be rather small, but this will be disproportionately larger in certain sectors and regions. So these workers could transfer ideally to green jobs with moderate upskilling or updating through training with, for example, green technologies, but many will need far more training. So skills and job transition may be possible, but require further effort. Next slide, please. Achieving this will require improved access to training particularly for low-skilled workers, who, as you will see from this particular chart, are substantially less likely to participate in training or vocational training than high-skilled workers. In fact, low-skilled workers are over 3 times less likely to participate in training than high-skilled workers across the OECD on average. Next slide, please. Now, the second point. We can find synergies in going digital and going green by accelerating research on digital technologies to support the green transition. Digital technologies such as smart meters, artificial intelligence, and digital sensors, which, for example, can work together to monitor real-time power consumption to help consumers better manage their energy use. All these things can serve as key enablers for climate action and environmental sustainability, while at the same time allowing firms to achieve efficiency gains and reduce costs. For example, the World Business Council on Sustainable Development is currently testing the use of digital technology and AI-supported modeling to help companies to calculate emissions from their supply chain. This is what we call the Scope 3 emissions. Importantly, digital technology can also be used for better adaptation to climate change. For example, the European Commission's Destination Earth project, which aims at creating a detailed digital replica of the Earth to monitor weather extremes and simulate scenarios to improve adaptation policy. And over in Japan, the prefecture of Tokyo is using digital technology to improve disaster preparedness by taking advantage of high-speed and high-capacity connectivity to ensure timely and resilient communication. To accelerate those and other similar research efforts on digital technology that enables the green transition, it is essential for public and private sector to work together. Governments need to incentivize green technology adoption, including through increased public support for research, development, and demonstration, and creating green procurement guidelines, for example. Now, next slide, please. Now, third point. We can go green and digital by improving SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, improving SMEs' access to and also adoption of digital technologies to encourage low carbon and circular business models. SMEs are critical actors in global climate efforts, not only as drivers of technological change, but also as adopters of green business models and practices to reduce their carbon footprint. In fact, OECD analysis shows that SMEs across, on average in OECD countries, account for between 37% and 41% of all business sector greenhouse gas emissions. They are also, of course, key economic players, accounting for some 60% of global, OECD average total employment. Digitalization can open up new business opportunities for SMEs by enabling low carbon and circular models, such as sharing economy models, an online market for second-hand or repaired products, as well as improving product lifecycle traceability. Now, our analysis also highlights that up to 70% of SMEs have intensified their use of digital technology following the COVID-19 crisis. But SMEs often still face barriers to adoption of both green and digital solutions, such as lack of labor skills, as we talked about already, and also access to finance. So therefore, it's essential to support these enterprises in their capacity to develop, implement, and manage green and digital solutions. On the policy side, this will include removing barriers to finance access for sustainability or green project and creating an enabling regulatory environment for creation of innovation and green startups. Now, cities and regional governments are often better placed to provide policy support to SMEs than national governments, particularly in providing the local economic development and business support programs to complement national green transition policies. And in fact, as you see on the map, I hope it's visible. I can't see from where I'm sitting. Cities and regions oversee 2/3 of climate-related public spending and investment. And so therefore, they have a huge role to play in delivering global climate and development objectives, This is to recognize, for example, by the European Commission's cities mission. They're very active in this area, and that program aims to support some 100 cities in becoming climate neutral and smart cities by 2030. So I don't know if it's large enough. In your room, this map of Europe. This program includes Riga and Liepaja, if you can see. Now, my next and last slide, please, and that's a fourth topic that I would like to leave you with, is in helping the twin transition, is better managing the negative environmental impacts of digital transition. The rapid growth in digital technologies, including data centers and servers, has a large and rapidly growing carbon footprint. For example, a single transaction of Bitcoins in 2021 generated the same level of carbon dioxide emissions as a seat on a passenger flight from Amsterdam to New York. Now, in the field of AI, deep learning and large language models have increased computing demands dramatically, raising sustainability concerns. And also e-waste or electronic waste, as you see from this figure, from old and outdated devices, it's a rapidly growing issue as well. And now e-waste is the fastest growing solid waste stream in the world. About 53.6 million metric tons of e-waste, or that translates to 7.3 kilograms for every person in the world, was generated in 2019. Also, mining for minerals used in electronic devices also have adverse environmental impacts, including deforestation, water pollution, and biodiversity loss, which need to be better managed. To help countries to address these challenges, OECD is currently revisiting our legal recommendation on ICTs and the environment, and is advancing efforts for more accurate and reliable measures for the environmental impacts from computing. So to conclude, we clearly have a lot to do to make sure that the digital transition and the grand transitions are inclusive, successful, and also sustainable. At the OECD, we are supporting governments in their efforts to advance both transitions by developing indicators, because we can't manage things we cannot measure, in the area related to green and digital transitions, including tracking progress towards climate objectives, emissions, climate impacts and risks, technology adoption, investment, job skills, and patent filing, as well as providing evidence-based policy analysis and policy guidance, issuing government-backed national and international standards, and facilitating international dialogue like this so we can exchange information on what works and best practices. Now, embracing the benefit of digitalization in achieving a net zero society is a tremendous but achievable challenge. We have an extraordinary opportunity now with digital technologies and AI to put things right for people, planet, and prosperity. So thank you for organizing this event, and then I wish you all a very successful and fruitful discussion for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Paldies, Kumi. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes, it was great that we actually heard about Bitcoin, about e-waste, as well as Kumi already said. This is a very paramount issue in the whole world. But now it's time to move towards digitalization and the impact of artificial intelligence on the working environment, or the second part of our conference. And now, building a culture of security, we'll have Elvis Stuttin's Digital Security Center, and he's the member of the board there.
Čau, čau visiem! Esmu Elvis.
Hello, my name is Elvis Strasdiņš. Maybe someone of you have seen me somewhere on social networks. I often talk about security issues, and today I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to speak to you as employers, and I'm going to warn you about the typical attacks. Are you going to suffer from all of those attacks? Certainly no, but most of you will most probably suffer some of those attacks. These are all real cases. I am regularly contacted by actual victims who have suffered, and almost all of those examples will have been experienced in Latvia, and the minor part only comes from abroad. The first thing, whenever you destroy some data, be careful of how you do that. There was a company in Latvia who received an email with a request to pay money because as they moved to new premises, they had, well, this was a healthcare institution, and all the patient data they simply threw out. And some homeless person had found these documents. And from one homeless person to another, these documents arrived to a lawyer who wanted to get some money. But this could have caused major consequences for the company. Why I'm telling you this? Up to 60% from SMEs who suffer from some kind of cyber attacks, well, nowadays it is difficult to say where a cyber attack starts and ends, because most of those attacks are actually targeted at human brain. But 60% of those companies goes bankrupt within 6 months. So whenever you come to me or some other specialists, when you come for our help, it is already too late because you are going to go bankrupt within 6 months. So please remember and listen carefully to all I say today. Once I was contacted by a woman who said that someone on behalf of her is trying to squeeze some money from their relatives. But speaking again about destroying paper, use P6 paper cutters. Do not tear paper with hand. You can also burn, of course, but I don't think you could do that. But speaking about this cyber attack and the woman, we learned that she had disposed of her technology device at a collection point, and she had disposed of her device without checking that she has destroyed all her pins and codes and access devices. And some person came to me and said, well, prove me that you can do this to my device. We are going to do some mock-up. So they picked up some 20 mobile phones, and I managed to crack the 8th phone. And we actually learned that the user of this device had been looking for information relating to buying drugs, information relating to other kind of criminally punishable actions, but also, so be careful of not only how you store data, but also how you destroy data. Speaking about USB, I am very fond of this trick. I'm just going to show you it. Here I have a small little box full of various things, and one of those things is such a cable. So actually, if you connect this cable to your phone or your computer, there is a small computer inside with a small Wi-Fi module with a storage unit. And if you connect this cable to your computer, it can do many things to your computer. And I'm going to show you this. Once I showed this cable to one of my friends, and he said, yeah, I see it's not an Apple because the quality is rather poor. And what's the accident? I accidentally mixed them up, and well, let's be honest, these cables are unrecognizable in some certain situations. And if you connect it to your computer will be completely exposed. So this is a computer. If you do not believe me, so you can see, I'm going to unlock it using my face. Yes, so a computer. And now I'm going to connect this cable to plug it in. And now the cable starts to do its job. So it waits a bit first, or maybe no. Of course, whenever I have to show it, there is this probability of not working. I think this computer has actually learned to ignore this cable. But yes, actually, whenever my wife uses this for charging her phone, she asks whether I can use it or not, because they are rather similar. Yes, unfortunately, my computer is dead now. So during presentation, I'm going to restart it and show you it later. Speaking about, maybe it was the cable who killed my computer. Well, it would be actually possible. So it is preferably that your company has 2 Wi-Fi networks and never give your guests the password for your network, only for the guest network. And not because they could be bad people who would like to harm you, but there are viruses, and their telephones and computers may contain such viruses that could attempt to crack all of your computers and devices that are connected to your network. So avoid these risks and never give out your passwords. Speaking about booking, and the moderator already mentioned it, maybe some of you have received such message from the booking platform that we have received your payment, but there's some problem. Please enter your data. And this is the message the client receives. And this is more concerned with clients. But is there anyone who represents hotels or who work at a hotel? No. But how can it happen that someone on behalf of a hotel can make up such a message? So this person, they can register a hotel, they can register this hotel, and this scammer can register a fake hotel, and they send a card and saying that, oh, can I arrive at this hotel if I take this route? And they open this email and says, yes, the route is correct, but actually this attachment was a virus that installed malicious software that is now going to crack the company. And whenever your company will be cracked, you will never receive an email or telephone call with a message that, hey, you are cracked now. And for many years, you can remain unaware of the fact that you have actually been cracked. And one of the options that you can use to avoid such situations is to switch on the lockdown mode on your Android device. And this mode will switch off and eliminate many opportunities for your account to be cracked. And it will not disturb your everyday activities. The only inconvenient thing is that whenever you will have to copy a link from an SMS, you will have to do it with your hand. But switching this mode on will make you more secure, because it is clear that you will be one of the possible victims or targets in the future. Another event where a hacker cracked an email account because the two-factor authentication was not used, and this cracker did not inform the company, was also another case that I was requested to investigate. So here, and now you can see, and your computer is cracked. Actually, by connecting one cable, yes. So this message says that your computer was cracked, and actually I didn't do anything. I just plugged in a cable. And your email passwords can be stolen in this way. And if you do not use two-factor authentication, you cannot know about that even. And one big invoice, and this original invoice can be deleted. It can be altered, sent again, and you can open this email and pay. And why are we showing here this authentication window of one particular bank? Is that the bank has no obligation to check if the name of the account holder matches and coincides. And I do not want to say that this is a bad thing that these banks do. They are telling that they are warning their clients. But sometimes banks check these names if these are outgoing payments and they are going out to abroad. But so please be aware that your payment will be made even if the name of the account holder is not correct. So therefore, use two-factor authentication at all instances in all places. In Ukraine, one of the attacks by Russian, where one hospital was disconnected from the system and actually people were dying, was just because the doctors didn't use a two-factor authentication. So this is an issue of your companies and your state's security. In Slovakia, there was a case where a politician talked to talk to a press representative about the possibility of buying voices in elections. But this recording was actually a deep fake, and the deep fakes is the method how more and more attacks will become. So you may think that these are robots that are learning something, but this is actually deep faking in practice. This is an array of commands where a robot is trained. In Hong Kong, there was a case where a person was called by a financial manager of the company, and actually the number shown on the phone was the correct one, but actually it can be replaced by anything. I can name my phone Latvian Bank, the Bank of Latvia, for example. But the person says that, no, this is not how we do things, so we will not transfer this money. And this deepfake video said that, let's make a Zoom video call and we'll give you the reasons why this money should be transferred. And there were many people joined in the Zoom video call. This is my imagination how this could have happened. And the person met all those persons in Zoom. Yes, there are the accountants, there's the financial manager. And imagine this is the case, that the person there in the corner is real one, but all others are deep fake images. So you have to have your internal policy how transfers are made, and no Zooms, no other routes can be replaced. That's why we need bureaucracy. And now I want to show you a wish. I encourage all employers in Latvia to introduce the Minions Day to allocate pets to the employees. And for those who will do that first ones, I will personally write a Christmas greeting card and send you by mail. So remember, this is the worst technology. This is the very beginnings of this technology, and even today there are more realistic deepfake videos. So be careful. I was Elvis Strasnich, and I hope I managed to tell you some important facts. Always very exciting when Elvis speaks. And we have a small thank you. I hope that there is nothing dangerous in this bag, and not one cable. But I'm always frustrated whenever I have two-factor authentication, but thank you, I will now use it always. And yes, we are going forward with big steps, and while Elvis is taking all of his dangerous cables, so never ask him to charge your computer, but I'm going to invite advisor of Business Europe on internal markets, Svetlana Stoilova, and she's going to tell us about Business Europe's views to advance the digital economy in the next policy cycle 2024-2029.
Thank you very much for this invitation and for letting us present our digital policy ambition for the next legislature. I will start sharing my screen now, just to make sure that you see everything. I hope it's visible now. Let me know. And I want to start this presentation with a bit of a stock-taking exercise, so to speak, because 10-year period of very heavy legislation, and as we heard from the previous speakers, yes, technologies are indeed getting ever more sophisticated and ever more, and the risks are getting ever more more difficult to predict. We see that Europe is at the milestone of a journey in addressing all those fast-paced technology evolutions, and this journey is basically made Europe a trailblazer, the most prominent writer of the digital technology playbook, and that these policies resonate beyond our borders. As we are doing these policies, and as European businesses are going to comply with all that legislation that has come in the last few years, it is important to think that those policies have to be assembled if you think of a puzzle pieces, they have to be assembled in a way that it will still foster our competitiveness and it still allow companies to innovate. And I'm here having a small, very short overview of very important horizontal legislations that were adopted by the European Parliament and the European member states. And these are rules on artificial intelligence, on digital services, digital markets, data sharing, data governance, and cybersecurity. And all that technically will have an impact on the entire EU economy and on the entire ecosystem of the digital economy. All those rules are not just for companies that work in the tech sector, so to speak, but all those rules are actually applicable to many other sectors, especially the cybersecurity and the data sharing, for instance, like the Data Act. So as we are moving on with those rules, our call as businesses is to make sure that the implementation is streamlined, because as businesses, we don't want to see conflicting guidance or non-harmonized interpretation of the rules. In one country, the rule is interpreted in one way, or it's a bit more, it provides a little bit more flexibility. On another way, the competent authorities are a lot more stricter. So this is something that we would like to avoid, because that creates fragmentation of the internal market. And as we are businesses, efficiency is a very big principle for the business community. And we would like to call on the policymakers to also have efficiency at the heart of the implementation process. And because we must closely monitor how all those rules that I just mentioned earlier and the requirements that companies have to comply with, and also their contractors, will, for instance, impact the time to market for products and services. How much it will take to launch a product, to gain market share, to become a globally competitive player. This is something that we need to monitor with those rules, and we have to make sure that the European rulebook delivers the test to launch scale innovative products in our single market. Otherwise, the objectives of the rules would have not delivered. And if we make sure that our rules deliver that, that will definitely solidify Europe's global competitiveness. And in the next slide, I would like to invite you to look at the digital decade targets, because program, that action plan, digital decade, is where all our ambition is rooted for the next until 2030, and we must maximize all the available resources. That also, I believe, in the previous speakers mentioned that there are many available resources that will be put to implementation, and this is something that we cannot overstate. Indeed, those resources, for instance, Horizon Europe or the digital component of the Recovery and Resilience Facility or Digital Europe program, they have to be put to an effective use, and they have to be, in a way, as is the word in English, more bang for the buck. So that has to be definitely at the core of how member states decide to spend the money. And one thing that it's potentially also linked to the fact that we see a lot of risks, and the security, so to speak, is not at the very high level. It's because there is still a lot of companies that are not harnessing the power of digital technologies. For instance, only 11% of AI of companies are taking up AI, are integrating it in their daily operations, and also only around 19% of European companies are harnessing the power of big data, for instance, to establish operational efficiencies or to gain insights out of the data they have. And seeing that these targets are until 2030, we definitely must be very mindful that it's only a bit over 5 years that we have in order to fulfill these targets. And specifically, the next European legislature between 2024 and 2029, it will end just 1 year before those targets have to be established. So our call is to be that the next 5 years have to really be made with concerted efforts between all the member states. And conferences like these, organized today by the Latvian Employers Confederation, show the urgency of national action and show how important it is to advance the digital transformation, and to make sure that collective efforts between industry, between policymakers, also the citizens, will secure Europe's competitive edge in the digital landscape. But as we move on, technology is one part of the puzzle. We definitely need to be mindful of the fact that there is a demographic shift that entire Europe is facing. It's currently only 68% of European individuals that possess basic digital skills, and we are only halfway to be able to recruit ICT specialists which are having advanced digital skills, but and very, very sophisticated digital skills, obviously. But there is a lot more to be done, because as our internal survey is showing, the working age of that's not from our internal survey, that's a figure from a European statistics, is that the working age population is expected to shrink over the next decades, and that will be about 35 million people by 2050. So we need to make sure that the workforce at the moment of the active workforce is really well equipped with the skills, and we have to invest in talent this is more necessary than ever. And it's the idea between skills and integration of technology is correlated. Our recent survey at Business Europe shows that employers lack qualified personnel across all sectors, but it's the most acute one is in the mathematics and IT as well as engineering related professions. And nearly half of our respondents say that 46% have identified a pressing need for increasing the STEM skills in the new recruits. And this correlation between people who have the skills and the integration of technology is also confirmed by the European Investment Bank survey in the digitalization of Europe, where areas with population with above average digital skill are more likely to implement advanced technologies into their daily operations. And I would link here to the OECD speaker who mentioned that the pandemic was an accelerator for adoption of digital solutions, and about, if I got the number correct, 70% of SMEs have increased their uptake of technology. But we could also be mindful of the fact that this is very likely the so-called low-hanging fruits, a possibility for video conferencing or possibility to move your operations to a cloud, but because those solutions exist, but integrating even more advancing technologies like AI, or integrating even trying to make sure how you could use the data you possess and what kind of insights you could derive from the data you possess is it requires a lot more qualified personnel. And this is why it is not surprising, despite the ambition of the European Union and the legislation that is to advance and enable technology in Europe, the integration of digital technology has been consistently the lowest scoring component in the Digital Economy and Society Index that is measured by the European Commission. Since that index has been measured, this component has not been very much very much growing. So the implementation and awareness of what EU rules have and what their objective is very important to fix this, because these deficiencies cannot persist. And efficiencies, as I say a lot, but as a business representation, indeed, operational efficiencies are important. As we also heard it from the OECD speaker, digital transformation is a means to an end. It will enable more other sectors to create and to minimize their environmental impact, for instance, or become a lot more use less resources. And in our comprehensive manifesto, Reboot Europe at the Business Europe, we are sketching out changes of approach needed to rebuild the resilient European Union with energy at affordable prices and better regulation and simpler rules, which will have to be based on open and rule-based trade, which will lead to more opportunities within businesses in the internal market and the people in Europe, but also a global opportunities. And that goes through technological innovation and talent development. You could see that technological innovation and talent development is at the core of this reboot of Europe. And I would like to invite, for those of you who are interested, to take a look at our dedicated website with a lot more information about our vision for the next comprehensive vision, not just digital technology, but also all the other issues I mentioned, trade and energy and so on, in our website, rebooteurope.eu. And with that, my presentation to you ends. And I would like to wish everybody a very good and fruitful discussion. I hope I gave you some food for thought for the next for the panel, and I very much thank you once more for the opportunity to present to you. I'm wishing you a very good day.
Lielas paldies, Svetlana. Thank
And now I think all of us have a food for thought fed to us with all the information that we've already gotten up until now and during the rest of the conference. But a topic that will be talked about by Christian Bjornskov Torman, Confederation of Danish Employees Advisor. It's a topical issue for all employers and employees. It's AI in the workplace, challenges and opportunities.
Well, thank you very much for the word. I hope you can see me and hear me just fine. I'm also trying to share some slides. Indeed, thanks very much to the organizers for the invitation. Thanks to the Employers Confederation of Latvia for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you in Riga today, but hopefully I'll get the opportunity another time. One small thing before I begin, one minor disclaimer. It's still early days at the Confederation of Danish Employers working on AI, so what I'm saying here today is our initial thoughts and views on the topic, and it shouldn't be taken as fixed policy proposals. I will be jumping a bit around between different topics, so I hope it won't be too confusing. Afterwards, if you have any questions or comments, please reach out to me via email or elsewise. So I should start by defining my topic, and we are talking about AI in the workplace today. I think people tend to mean a lot of different things when they talk about AI and AI in the workplace. And some people take it to mean basically everything. That's what I've called the blanket definition here. They take AI to mean all use of AI in the workplace, including by management employees, even by self-employed persons, and in the platform economy and so on. While others more narrowly focus on algorithmic management. And one way to define that is using AI to either support or automate management decisions or managerial tasks. That's an OECD definition. I think this raises a problem. Does algorithmic management include my use of AI and intra-organization cooperation around AI? And let me just explain what I mean by that. I have used Microsoft Copilot to make this presentation. So if it seems a bit generic, maybe that's why. But and I have guidelines from my organization on how I can use AI. Is that part of algorithmic management, or does algorithmic management focus solely on what management is doing? I think that's a valid question, and I will return to that later in this presentation. All right. I'm usually working out of Brussels, and when you move around Brussels and you talk to certain NGOs and left-wing parliamentarians or trade unions, you get the picture that AI is a regulatory Wild West, meaning that basically anything is allowed and that employers and companies can use AI without any restrictions, without any requirements at all. And I would like here today to change that narrative a bit. When we look on some of the regulation that's currently in place, I think it's safe to say that there are quite strong legal boundaries already in place. I'm not gonna go through all of these in the interest of time, and sorry for the terrible slide. But if we should just make some quick touches, I think we could take GDPR, which I'm sure we all are very familiar. Companies are already by the GDPR allowed to make data protection impact assessments. And if we jump a bit down, member states already have quite wide room for enacting more specific rules regarding data protection. Another act, which I'm sure you've all heard about, is the AI Act, recently approved, not yet totally in action, but will be within the next year. I think most of the AI use in the workplace we can imagine will probably high risk, classified as high risk, and that triggers a set of rules. So take, for example, Article 14, which I've listed here, that says that all high-risk use of AI requires human oversight, and that is a de facto ban on fully automated decision-making. That has been an issue that many stakeholders have talked about, and I think we tend to forget how wide a provision this is in the AI Act. So I would take note of that. The Platform Work Directive, of course, only applies to platforms, but platforms are defined in very broad terms. So the Platform Work Directive also regulates algorithmic management, especially chapter 3 to 5. And lastly, I think broadly overlooked, we have the directives on information and consultation, both the national one and the international one. And I think for any major company using AI, you should pay attention to that as well. So to me, I think this area isn't unregulated at all. Quite the opposite, actually. I think many of the rules I've just described, they're still very new and they're still being implemented. So I think we should allow them time to fall in place and start working. This will take sometimes at least as these things normally do, but I think there's a lot of potential in the rule set that's already there. Okay, so moving to something different, I would like to talk about social dialogue and consultation. So one of the most important facts about AI in the labor market is also one of the most widely disregarded. Social dialogue and cooperation in organizations around the use of AI is absolutely essential to make it work properly. And here I have a graph by the OECD. The OECD in their 2022 AI in the labor market survey, they show how employees who feel, who perceive themselves to be consulted on use of AI, perceives AI to be way better for their working life on 5 different parameters. And these results are consistent across different sectors here. To your left, finance and insurance services, and to your right, manufacturing. Employees who feel consulted, that's the blue dots, the top dots, rank the AI use way better than employees who don't feel consulted, and that would be the red dots. And this goes for work performance, it goes for mental health, perceived fairness and management, and etc. So simply put, if you, as an employer, want AI to work, you need employee consultation, you need to get employees on board, and you need to have dialogue and a debate about how to use AI. Another important issue of AI in the labor market is biases, and that's something you probably all heard about. Some of you may have heard the example of Amazon in the US. They have a recruitment AI application that penalized women indirectly by deducting points for an application if an applicant had went to a women's college, for example, or had chaired the female debate team. I think this, this tool or this application is now scrapped by Amazon. So I think they use different ones now, hopefully better ones. I'm not going to dig into the mechanism. It's a long discussion, but I think the point I want to make here is it is misguided to use biases as an argument against the use of AI in the workplace. So biases reflect injustices in the world, but it's not. I mean, the biases aren't always creating the injustices. They are more often than not just replicating them, representing them. And I think one of the main points here is that AI can bring discrimination into the light. We would never have heard about the Amazon bias in their application had it been for AI, because AI quantify and quantify biases and bring them out into the light. And finally, I ask you rhetorically if it's easier to learn AI applications not to discriminate, or people not to discriminate. I'm not an expert, but I think that should be something to be considered going forward. Okay, so just moving up a bit in a helicopter perspective, I just want to touch upon some pillars in responsible AI use in the labor market, and there's a lot of good work out there. Here, I again recommend work done by the OECD, but many others have similar, quite good examples and points. Some things I want to highlight: the concept human-centered AI takes into account how people interact with AI systems instead of just looking on how the AI systems work in isolation. I think this is coming back to social dialogue, which I've just touched upon. I think that's essential. It's essential to look at the interplay between people and AI systems. On the human in the loop or human in control principles, something you've probably also touched upon if you follow this agenda. I think these are essential. It's already provided for to some degree at the AI Act, but I think that's key as well. I've already talked about bias prevention. I think AI should be used to prevent biases. Also already mentioned social dialogue. Something new here, data ownership structures. I think right now most of the data used by AIs are owned by the company. But I think if you want good cooperation and if you want a healthy dialogue around the use of AI, you need to, as an employer, as an organization, you need to have some work done on your data ownership structures. You need to perhaps make a more fluid, a more social model of data ownership, because if employers own all the data and the employees don't have access to it at all, that could be an issue in terms of cooperation. So I think that's something to look at. Finally, management accountability is a given. It's not that companies can't, say it's not our fault. It was the AO system which did it. That's not going to fly. So of course, management accountability is a given. This is just to say that looking forward, I think we'll get some new initiatives on algorithmic management. The Jobs Commissioner, Nicholas Schmidt, has already alluded to that. And I'll just take some time here to encourage stakeholders to really carefully assess the existing body of legislation before jumping to conclusions on the need for more legislation. As I've shown previously, I think that there's a lot of legislation already in place, which really isn't up to speed, which really isn't in full effect yet. Okay, rounding up, this is the short-term common agenda in my view, and I've written common here because it's for all stakeholders. It's for governments, organizations, trade unions. Everybody really have to chip in here. I think I'm not going to go through all of them, but I think I will just mention the first point. There is a really extensive existing regulatory framework, and I think it's not clear that it's manageable for SMEs. I think if you take the GDPR AI Act and put all the regulation in together, you would look at least 5,000 pages of regulation. And I think implementation guidance and rather than legislation should be our focus now. We need to make sure that AI isn't only accessible to major companies, but also to small and medium-sized ones. I think AI could play a major role in the competitiveness slack in the European Union we're currently witnessing. We are falling behind China and the US. And I think AI has an important role to play here, but I'm sure we can have a long talk about that. Lastly, just get in touch if you have any questions or comments. I invite the organizers to share the slides, so you have my contact details there. And finally, I've put in some further reading. That's all from my side. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm really pleased to be talking here today with you. Thank you.
Paldies, Kristian. Thank you, Kristian. Un starp citu, runājot
Thank you, Christian. And speaking about this topic, actually, a relative of mine, who's a programmer, said that he has not written any code himself during the last 6 months because he's just training some robots. But now we have Chris Tallinger here, who's the former software engineer at Twitter, Oracle, and Sun, and he will speak on performance and our impact.
All right, hi. I'll figure it out. Sveiki? Labdien? That's all the Latvian I have, except very important words like malka, you know, when you need to order some. I might cough a bit. I was sick, and you know, it's Latvia in spring, so you never know. So who am I, right? My name is Christian Thallinger. I used to work for this company, which you might know. And when I worked at this company, it actually still was the Bluebird Twitter company. In particular, I'm a compiler engineer, which probably will not tell you anything, I'm assuming. So a compiler, if you look it up in the dictionary, it's basically a person who produces a list or books by assembling information or written material. That's not what I'm doing, obviously. It's a program that converts instructions into machine code or lower level form, blah, 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 executed by a computer. But the point is, you're trying to make something run faster and better and more efficient. That's basically what I did all my life. And that's also what I did at Twitter, and we talk a bit about that later. So I call this talk Performance and Our Impact. You know, performance, you could replace it with efficiency or whatever you want, but it's basically the things we can do to have an impact. So one thing that becomes more and more important, I think, is data center electricity usage. There was an article, it's already a couple years ago, 2019 or something, it's a Google one, and it's about data centers and machine learning. And in this article, they say that 2% of the world's electricity usage is just data centers, which I'm assuming now, 5 years later, it's probably more than that. This is the energy forecast, and as you can see, it goes out to 2030. So if we go back to, let's say, 2020, and they said 2%, you can see where we're going. So we're talking about the green down there. So we're seeing exponential growth in data center electricity usage. So it will just go up and up. We'll use more data centers, more cloud storage. You know, everyone's doing this. The good thing is there are basically 3 big cloud providers on this planet. One is Google, and they, for 6 years now, they're saying, you know, I don't know, that it's 100% of the electricity they're using in the data centers is renewable. Let's hope it's true. But they also, you know, have a disclaimer that not everything is renewable because they call it the local power grids and stuff. So I think when they have data centers somewhere and they have local infrastructure that supports it, that's not all renewable. But it's not bad, right? Amazon, big cloud provider, they say 90% in 2022, which is now 2 years ago, so maybe they're a little bit better at that. I remember Amazon were actually building solar power plants to support the data centers, and you can do that in certain countries, not here, obviously. But when you put data centers somewhere, and then you can put, data centers are huge. You put a bunch of solar panels on the roof and whatever, so you can support that. Microsoft had something very interesting, which I've never heard of another company doing. So they have an internal carbon fee. So if you ever, whatever you're working on, your product, I don't know, you pay $15, and that's also in older articles, so that might be more now, per metric ton of CO2 you are producing with whatever you are doing, right? So if you make something more performant, more efficient, you will actually get money from Microsoft for being, a good employee, I guess. The bad about this is this. So this is the energy distribution in absolute numbers. And as you can see, coal is going up. Yes, at the bottom, sure, there's wind and, you know, hydro doesn't change a lot. Here are the percentages, and you can see hydropower doesn't change a lot. It's just coal is getting more and more. So we will, as we can see, yes, it's slightly going up. We'll use more wind and hydro and solar, but it will take time. And we will probably grow more in data center and network electricity usage than we can make one of these renewable ones. So it's very important to do something about this. You remember this guy, the Google guy? Okay, so he did something very interesting. He used machine learning to save energy in data centers. And so basically, it might sound weird, but in 2014, you know, 10 years ago, they said Google data centers already used 50% less energy than the industry standard at that time. So we were just going with these numbers. So they were already pretty efficient compared to other ones. But what they're saying, and it's very true, is if you have 10 pieces of equipment, which is not very unusual in a data center, with 10 different settings, which is not a lot, it's 10 to the 10th power of its 10 billion possibilities for a setup. You, as a human, you can never find the best possible way of setting them up, right? It's impossible, and the way to do this is you can use machine learning for that. And basically, that guy we just saw, 18 months later, they had this model and they had a machine learning thing for that, and they had a 40% reduction in energy used for cooling, which is very interesting, right? Because you would think, oh, the machines themselves use most of the electricity, but it's usually the cooling. And I think how they save so much is by the layout, how to position them in the data center. And then a 15% reduction overall energy overhead, which is amazing, right? As a human trying to set the different settings of the machines, you could never do this. So a Twitter example, yes. I usually give very technical talks, right? So I'm not going to explain to you what this means. The important thing is there's a blue line and a red line. And lower is better, right? So this is the stuff I was working on at Twitter. And then, you know, we ran these experiments with machine learning. And basically what we did was what this Google guy did with data centers, but just with software. So we were using machine learning to change some knobs on the software and to make it run better. And as you can see here, it's like here's higher is actually, lower is better. So it's 28% of something saved, right? I'm not explaining to you what it is. This is the important one, user CPU time, and that means computing power, right? How much can I process in a certain amount of time? And in this particular case, the red line is 18% lower than the blue line, which means you can run the same system. In this case, it was the tweet service, which would send you tweets on Twitter or X today. We could do that with 18% less machines because we optimized the software through machine learning to do this. And that also, you know, equates to like less electricity. Who knows what that is? Bitcoin mining farm. I will not talk about Bitcoin, but it's a very good example of what we can do with the right incentive. So this is, I just picked, you know, a certain time frame. This is the terawatt per hour usage of mining rigs, basically in, let's say, 2018, 2019. And as you can see, there is a point where the energy usage dropped, like drastically, actually, and without any reason, to be honest, or obvious reason. So you see it dropped from the line in the middle is the average one, which they think it's correct. So it dropped from 51 to like 30 terawatt hours. And the reason for this is around this time, the price dropped. So when the price of Bitcoin dropped and the Bitcoin miners, they make money by mining Bitcoins and then selling them, they had to shut down their machinery because they weren't profitable anymore. So everything, literally, I think, everything is money driven and incentive driven, right? You would never optimize anything if we are not making or saving money because of it. If we could, we would just blow all the CO2 out there, you know, and use all the oil if we had endless of it. So it's all money driven, and that's when you think back of the example that I gave you from Microsoft. I think that's a very interesting way of approaching this, right? You're giving people an incentive to actually do something good. So the reason why Bitcoin is so important, is so interesting, is the mining history, the history of the mining hardware, actually. So in 2009, the whole thing started, and you could just use your computer you had at home at 2009, right? Just a regular computer, you would mine Bitcoin, you would mine a block, you would get 50 Bitcoins. Today is like $300,000, so that was nice. But that didn't last very long. Only 1 year later, people came up with already dedicated GPUs. So GPUs are basically graphics cards, right? So people were mining with that. Didn't last very long. A year later, people were doing FPGAs. I'm not sure if you know what that is, but it's kind of a piece of hardware that where you can program them to do something very specifically. Same year, not even a year later, same year we went to ASICs. And ASICs are basically integrated chips, CPUs, and that's how it works today. And they become more and more and more complex. The interesting thing about this is, we made this progress this quickly because we had a lot of competition from others, and it was all about making money. So if we want, we can. You just need the right incentive. So energy forecast, we've seen this slide before. I want to go back. We looked at the green stuff, the data center stuff, but I want to go to the blue part, which is the networks, wired and wireless, which is becoming more and more and more, right? 5G is coming, lots of data is being sent around. Everyone after this conference today will go home and watch YouTube and Netflix. So there's a lot of streaming and data shuffling going on. So one thing that's very important, I think, is data reduction and caching. So a content delivery network is basically a local cache, right? If every one of you would watch the same Netflix movie tonight, and the Netflix servers from the US would have it sent to you individually, it would be a lot of data, a lot of network and electricity usage. So what you want is a local cache, let's say in Latvia or somewhere in Europe, where there's a copy of that movie, only send it over once from the US and then distribute it from here. The big ones, again, Google, you see these are what the big data center and content delivery networks are. They have smaller ones as well in metropolitan areas, but these are the big ones. And they're, of course, you know, where the most population is. There's not a lot going on in South Africa or in Africa in general, and South America, as you can see. Amazon, pretty much the same, right? Lots in Europe and Asia and a little bit South America and South Africa. So I think there's still a lot we can do on that front. Microsoft basically looks the same. So, but the more we can cache locally, the more we can save them. So big data center in Riga, I guess we need one. So performance tuning in general has an impact, as you can see. We can do things. We can do it either manually, we can use machine learning or computers to do it for us, but we can. And I'm leaving you with this one. Whatever you do, you know, we're all caught up in projects and deadlines and things we have to do, but every now and then you should stop and actually think about what you're doing and what your impact is of what you're doing, because you can change that. All right, thank you very much.
Lielas paldies, thank you.
And actually, very recently, I was in Georgia where there were Bitcoin farms, and because of Bitcoin farms, the world electricity we stopped. So because it was maintained on local electricity grid, so we were freezing in winter. So yes, Bitcoin and electricity is a very important process. But before we move on to the discussion of the first part, we'll have the final presentation of this part. Presented by Ingmars Puķis, the Marketing and Business Development Vice President of the Latvian Mobile Telephone Innovation and Digitalization, the story of Latvia's experience.
Hello, thank you for announcing me, and I'll continue where the previous speaker ended, meaning that we have to stop and think for a while what we are doing. And speaking about innovations, well, you can make me speak, invite to speak me about anything, but I will always speak about innovations. So we are always speaking about tomorrow, but we can also speak about the day before yesterday or 150 years ago. But quality and powerful engineering science has always been present here in Latvia. And our positions are rather good. So this thinking could be directed towards our next generation and our generation of how could we continue the engineering and technical matters that we have inherited from our previous generations. So this is an aspect you as employers can also consider, because Latvian companies and not the Latvian government is the reason why we are investing less in innovations. But we'll start with some classical information about our experience. I show this every time, and I will continue doing this in spite of everything. So not only 150 years, but also some certain activities in the market prove that the Latvian user is among the most active users of mobile internet. So we have surpassed the Finns, which we also celebrated last year. And this is not a coincidence. This is a consequence to a dedicated decision when we chose to go upward the stream. So 1 megabyte you use, and speaking from the point of view of the cost, if we leave this concept and if we rebuild the price offer, and where we understood that Wi-Fi, which is used by companies to offer their customers free of charge, and maybe we should redraw some reports and surveys. But for several years already, we are shifting from 4G to 5G transformation. So 2G and other technologies were some civil and well-understandable technologies, but the 5G network is not for humans, it is for robots. And no one is actually ready for that. And neither are these robots ready at once, and not always the customers know what they should order. There is a bit of space knowledge there about sensors and issues regarding network usage, but we are promising this, and we have been promising this for a long time already. Maybe you are bored of it, and whenever it is difficult, we use this graph where you can see the high expectations, and then you can see, so on one axis we have the expectation, and on the other axis we have the time. So here I know what it will end with, and it is difficult for me to understand that we will be down there in 1 year. It has always been so, and today, emotionally speaking, I feel that this AI victory is inevitable. But now we are approaching this period of huge disappointment. So we are not afraid of anymore, and the amount of work we invest in 5G technologies has increased enormously. So some years later, the benefits this technology will provide us will be more visible. And this is the most fun part. We have invested 32 million euros in investment, so 200 populated places in Latvia. This is an old story, and you all know it. The basic problem is that you actually do not need this network, because you already used all the benefits in the 4G. You just want to use internet, which is quite boring in a way. And what 5G technology promises us is difficult to sell, and it is difficult to buy because it requires new skills. And the thing we are trying to train ourselves with and to grow is that we are trying to grow a completely new range of employees, because recently we didn't have digital specialists for customers. We had digital specialists for ourselves so that we could transmit this network to you. But when we started speaking of how would we deal with robots and serve robots, then this big question emerged of how to do that. And partially we have managed to answer that. We have a great number of specialists who deal with augmented reality and virtual reality, with data analysis, with the building sensors and other exotic things that we couldn't have imagined a time ago. And of course, you could say that we have no clients, but actually we do. One is research customers, and one of such extraordinary adventures we experience is looking for friends at ministry, among new ventures, looking for friends in Europe where we build test environments. And during the last few years, we have managed to reorganize our research and development costs. We have invested large amounts of money together with European and NATO researchers. We have many nice test environments around Riga, both for our smart city and also Biķernieki. And some of you already know that we will be the first ones who will cover the Baltic Sea with 5G signals. And those silly questions why there is no 5G in Andrupene near the Latvian border with Russia, but there is in the sea. Well, I have no answers to those silly questions, unfortunately. But whenever you start studying a new topic, you will have a new product. This is not a Latvian thing, because we like to plan first and then do. And also our motto is first you think, then you do. But everything is changing in the world, and so we started mobilization and digitalization. And for example, we found one market niche in terms of traffic, which and it appeared that AI solutions can improve traffic solutions without the permit, construction permit. We do not have to build anything. We do not need to install any communications. And this is a new solution that is catching traffic violations. So if you are in Graz in Austria, be careful. But also, we are authors of the digital twin. So if you are in Biķernieki, you can look at our digital competences. And this is also demanded by the Latvian manufacturers. And Latvian manufacturers are trying to digitalize their processes and modernize their processes more often. And now we are trying to, and now we can shift our knowledge from our test team to manufacturing. And also speaking about drones, that many of you use for surveying your territories. Together with our friends and with the support of our national local governments and researchers, we are making and corridors for drones that will monitor the situation on the lake to ensure security there and safety there. So in 2 years, we will have a team that will be competent to offer such solutions on a commercial level. And one of our most successful experiments, which is also of the one of the oldest topics so we have worked with, is the 5G defense test platform. And this can be used also by NATO, and now actually NATO is using the solutions offered by civil industry, and it appears that our ecosystem is smaller and and more efficient, and we can do faster things than they can do in the USA. We can get Nokia and Ericsson and researchers under one roof in Adaži here in Latvia, although the Americans, they have much more money, but they are too big to organize something like that. And so the Latvian digital competence is something that can be of importance also for NATO. That is why we have to stop and think what we are doing for a while. And maybe these are the notion of mission is something we have forgotten. And mission, not project, is something that costs a lot of money, but it is something that perpetuates you to do something. And we have had 3 missions. So this is my last slide. This is our offer, where from such beautiful conferences and government working groups wherever we have been, there are 3 missions that we are guiding by today. And these are the important things for us today. So one is the Latvian energy independence, both in terms of the green and digital future. The other thing is modernization of defense capabilities. This is not only our national obligation, this is our obligation as employees, as employers, inhabitants, as population. And maybe it doesn't sound as good, but it is important that the third mission is to ensure and provide for knowledge and technology powered education and manufacturing. Maybe you will have all the chances to hire personnel that will help you to spot all the possibilities and opportunities, and this will require patience and investment, because we need time and skills to ensure that the next generation is capable of delivering what we expect from them. And this is what I wanted to conclude with, but also think and do. I'll suggest my colleagues that we should mix them up and say like do and think. So you will be one of the participants of our panel discussion. You can take your place, but before I'm going to introduce you to the participants of our first panel discussion, I wanted to ask a question to you, our dear participants. Which, to your mind, are the most important external challenges for the company digitalization in Latvia? And while you are thinking and answering this question, I'll ask to our panel discussion participants to take their seats, and I'm inviting Deputy State Secretary on Digital Transformation Issues, Gatis Ozols from the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development, also Marina Volkova from Air Baltic, Head of Talent Acquisition and Development, also Paul Janssen, Director of AI Development Department at TED, Evalds Urtans from Riga Technical University, and Ingmārs Puķis, Latvian Mobile Telephone Representative. Thank you.
So, we will not have a very long discussion because our speakers were very interesting and took up more time. But first I'll have a surface level question. So I'll ask you to give short and concise answers. So how each of you in everyday life and professional life have faced the digitalization, and how has the accessibility of this changed your working environment? Well, I know the question is complex, but I'll ask you to be short and concise. So, well, most directly myself, I am the director of the AI Development Department at TED. That's the first largest effect. But the second largest effect is that it will not only take away work, but give us work. So in 40 days' time, I have only used AI for creating ideas, presentations, homepages, where we would have had a lot of resources invested in otherwise. So that's one thing. So yeah, for later on you can network with them. So Marin, how it is for you? For me personally, as most of us, I am at the stage mentioned by Ingmar's. So we have overblown expectation stage. But we're still researching, looking at what we've got, and with the tools that we have, I managed to do a lot of my work more quickly and maybe in better quality with the AI tools. So each of you can grab your own microphone. Evalds Urtans, so we, we have open AI here in Latvia. We're a small point in that. And we are linked to AI all the time. But personally, and I can recommend this to others, for the past 6 months, I have not used Google whatsoever. I pay Perplexity and do everything much more quickly and efficiently. Yes, in my family, it's the same thing. I'm still using Google, but will no longer. I think I have to say something original, but my two elder sons decided to study artificial intelligence and data science abroad, so I'm paying their maintenance costs there. So that's how it has affected me. So the first part was about digitalization. So I'm from public administration, and the moment that I faced this year was in the State Revenue Service, where they told us in 2 weeks how they paid these millions of euros to over 200,000 people. So what would this mean for a time when we did not have this technology? People would have to take a lot of time to actually make this happen, and our technologies are actually used in other countries. For example, Estonians used our practice. And for AI, I use it on a daily basis. Sometimes you feel lonely in public administration, and then you turn to AI, and he tries to help you in troubleshooting or conceptualize some of your thoughts you have. Wonderful example. So, Gati, I'll ask you the next question. What are the main directions of change on a national legislative level on AI use? So a lot of changes happening very rapidly, so maybe you could outline this. Well, in previous presentations from Europe, our colleagues mentioned that it would be better to focus on implementing current regulations and not thinking so much about new ones. But as entrepreneurs, we have to take into account three large sectors where we can expect changes in regulation. The first one is the mentioned security sector. There's a directive that will affect not only state administration, but companies and SMEs as well. So here you have to look at the changes that have to be implemented so all of us can have the same security level. And the good news is that currently there's already a support program for companies, and I think until May you can apply for that. So people who work in this significant sector, I think 2,000 companies, I think it's worth the while to take a look at this. Secondly, we have data, anything linked to data, so we have the good news here. Data Management Act and Data Act will come into force. It means, firstly, the first one, that state administration will have to share the data at their disposal more, not only the open data that companies can or cannot use, and the protected data as well. So and now there will be anonymized and changed slightly, so people who work in data use and data processing, definitely this will make your lives easier. And then we have the Data Act, which regulates how the industry has to provide data accessibility. So there shouldn't be a moment where we have a watch with the Garmin data and that they're only available to Garmin. So these data will have to be made available to other organizations. So there will be services provided, for example, for different health appliances and other things. And lastly, the AI Act. We have started working on that from a public administration side, there will be organizations that monitor this. But for example, people who work in HR, there will be HR systems. If you use AI there, this will be considered high risk, so you'll have to use certified systems, etc. And I see that Ingmars is already shaking his head while Gatis is saying something. So maybe I could have a clarifying question to you. So what needs do entrepreneurs have on national or regional level infrastructure in terms of AI? I won't begin, but I think everything will be fine. But on infrastructure, I think we have a lot of hardware. Here's poles, and we don't need data centers, we have networks. I think if we compare ourselves to Germans, we're in paradise in hardware. But what we don't have is people, because all the people have been bought by the Germans. And the Latvian IT field has doubled, and we can qualify 45K people as IT specialists, and they will again be doubled. And all of them are bought by Gatis, because the state administration is digitizing aggressively, and we don't have to whine too much, because we are very well off in terms of public administration in this field. And we have these large foreign manufacturers and value adders, and we have nothing left for ourselves. And that's the trouble we have. So we don't really have the people nor the companies that would operate in this field. So firstly, what we will lack is people, not hardware. And this is a challenge that companies have to face and try to re-qualify their current employees. Evald, you've taken to the mic, so you have a comment. So I had a question on students and universities. Well, I can actually beg to differ on hardware, because hardware has significantly changed over the past 5-10 years, and we might actually need something else that we had in the past. Of course, what TED has is good. But of course, I can ask you what kind of GPU servers you have and what's their capacity, but AI might need other hardware than what Telecom is offering. And that's a problem, and I'm happy that the Riga Technical University has a supercomputer, but again, it has aged slightly, but the Technical University is trying to improve it and themselves. But yes, I can completely agree on the people perspective. So we're in a situation where we invest in budget spots for students, and there are people who are capable of training these young professionals at the technical university, but we essentially prepare them for someone else. Essentially, we're a cheap labor producing country that exports these people. So that's a good example. But returning to people, Marina, what are the external challenges of recruiting these people when digital skills are actually a necessity in everyday work? Well, yesterday I asked my recruitment team how hard it is to recruit people with digital skills. I asked them to rank it 1 to 5, so 1 being it's impossible and 5 being easy game. And their evaluation was 3. So maybe they were quite cautious. And when asked for comments, everybody faces the wall that they can't overcome of knowing specific technological skills. So base knowledge is not really a problem right now. Overall, it will be hard for me to comment on specific challenges, because aviation is a very specific field where we need very specific selective knowledge that we are actually competing with European employers, not only local employers. So, and I talk to directors that look for new members in their teams. They are actually quite used to that we Air Baltic train people in the workplace. But what is most necessary is with the wish to work and a good head on their shoulder. If you have that, we'll teach you the rest. Well, wonderful comment. And in the meantime, all the people have answered in Slido on external factors. So Pulse, I have a question to you. What, besides these, are external factors you could comment on the results of this survey? So, what impedes on this? So, definitely, I will agree that the first answer, as the skill level, is too low. And here we're talking about digitalization projects on a state level with great funding, which is spent very slowly. I think we had 40 years for these projects, which is quite sad, because we should be capable of investing into the training of our own employees. So if you have a head, yes, good, we'll teach you. So what we have on top, bureaucracy, if we compare it on a global level, well, America is ahead of us. They don't have GDPR. So they can do bigger things, take more risks. We are simply not allowed. Maybe we don't even want to, because we are quite private people and we want our data to be safe. And what else? Any EU legislation can actually cause some limitations on investments. Well, yes, the IT project is quite complex from a bureaucratic level, and we can't really do anything about it. And we can't always sponsor it ourselves. And I think Elvis mentioned that the bureaucracy is important. That's a good comment from today. But unfortunately, our discussion is very short, so we can't really dive very deep into these topics. But now, please, dear listeners, answer the second question on internal challenges. So, which of these is the most significant internal challenge in digitalizing your companies in Latvia? So moving on to the second topic of our discussion, but remember, you can network after the conference and keep on asking questions to each other. And guts, in my bubble, this is a topical question. What practical improvements are planned to continue to digitalize state services for companies? For example, not having to give the same data over and over again to different institutions. Well, firstly, from our side, from the Regional Development and Environment Ministry, if there are still places where you are demanded the same data twice, just send it to us, because we are trying to clear out these types of cases, but this has almost become urban folklore, so we say that it's very hard, but we will try to help. So from our side, in state legislation is stated that this cannot be done. And at the same time, we're working on improving the types and platforms, how data is exchanged among institutions. In older technologies, you had to have individual services, and while lawyers approve and harmonize certain things, it can take a year and a half. So now we're creating a platform where we could more flexibly and effectively create these statewide connections, and it will be based on a smart contract basis. So there's an agreement and data circulation begins. So here we are already connecting the main registers so that this platform can be a one-stop data circulation place. And that pertains to the private sector, so that's a practical thing. But what the state is doing currently, this new initiative period is starting for improving their services, so we are looking for recommendations from institutions. Okay, from a state perspective, okay. But from a private perspective, from a company perspective, how important it is for the states to implement AI solutions. So generally, we are offering different companies different solutions. For example, working with TED, we have chatbots, call center systems, and in Latvia, we can see that companies are scared of technologies like these because you do not want to be the first one to implement this in the sector, and then you look if someone has done this before. If you're the first one, you say, no, thank you, although abroad everybody's using these tools. And if we involve AI in the call center, I will not need 10 managers. I'll just need one manager for 150 employees. And they're scared. They don't want to change anything. You'll have to move people to different departments. So we'll do it as we do it now, and we'll spend the money as we do it now. And people don't really have the drive for change. But of course, not all is as bad as it seems. For example, I can ask Ted then. So, Pauls, what is the good practice in terms of digitalization and AI tool implementation? Well, the first thing that I can recommend is this third part, which is providing training materials that are suitable. So all employees have Latvian language materials, a lot of resources in English, but they are all scattered that you have to have an internal flow, an internal group, an internal site, or whatever it may be, where we can show this. So a simple question, how many of you use AI every day, ChatGPT, for example? So there's a problem because 40%, that MIT's research shows that there's a 40% improvement in work efficiency. So when you start working, don't use the free version. That will not do any good. Well, I could differ here, but we'll talk about that later. And Marina, so a question on people and how artificial intelligence affects the relationship between employers and employees, and what is your practice in training employees? Well, oh, it is on? Okay. I just wanted to add that I still can use the 3.5 version of ChatGPT, but I have to be really precise with them. So our practice, yes, I have to say that we have moved on better with process automation. We're just kind of dabbling in AI, each of us in our department. We are automating to these low-code and no-code technologies. Some processes, for example, as selection. Candidates now have the possibility to choose a time for the interview that's suitable for them without our specialists becoming involved. So this type of digitalization has happened in some processes. As for artificial intelligence, we in recruitment, we know we are aware of the risks on data security, and not only us, the candidates are also starting to use these tools. So we are, of course, now thinking about internal and external regulations. We have to understand the standards. A lot of people sent us pictures that have already been processed, edited. So a question is how well we can recognize a person and if we will allow this. And actually, CV updating or improvement through ChatGPT. So we will have to base our recruitment on and selection on practical exercises. And another thing that we see an effect from is that employees use AI tools, and we can see that they are in use, and these texts are not as human and personal anymore. For example, condolence letters of an employee passing, and if you can see that unfortunately there is no human text, well, yes, definitely that's something to think about. That's something that we have to regulate internally. When and what can you do with these tools? But that still lies ahead of us. We are training people. Our IT security team reacted quickly, made a webinar where they explained what are the security risks, what should be taken into account. We have our personal technologies that we trust more, which are more recommended to employees. And what we just started is our leader training on the use of AI tools, and we'll continue with all other employees. And again, people, I would like to remind you that the audience will be able to ask questions with a microphone and in Slido. So there's a specific section for questions. So Ingmar, you're a large company. What do you think is a way you can help others to close this gap in technology? So how can you support other companies that are not doing so well in digitalization?
Well, definitely, because we are a rather small country, and we should not act like we were a big country. We should be in France. And some years ago, we understood that we are an introvert organization. We are a bit arrogant, maybe. So we started to train our extrovert muscles, and we started speaking and meeting people. And we have noticed that we are so big that any improvement in our national economy actually is beneficial for us. So we need to make friends. And it is classical that we say that we should be in France with the startups. But actually, we should be also in France with our ministries. Our ministries are rather small. We have rather expensive controlling authorities, but the ministries are tiny, and there are little people, and they have less power, and they need help. And maybe there are some topics that are not commercial yet, but for example, together with the TET and also other companies, we are now helping Riga Technical University to acquire chip electronic laboratory, which is an investment of 40 million euros. It is not an adventure. It doesn't happen on its own. There is no such center in the state that would think of it and organize it. And we have to talk about it together. This also relates to our innovation environment, because this is a cultural challenge. It is our tradition to do what we know, but actually each organization has this indicator, affordable loss, where we should identify the employees who would be ready to work under certain depression circumstances. They could work without certain goals, without knowing the next task. But if this person would not do that, then we would actually arrive at a situation where we would copy something that other nations do. But before we start asking the questions asked by our viewers, what are your suggestions for successful digital transition? And maybe all of you can share your ideas on this. Well, first thing is to find the people who dig, who would look after the events in the world, and who would like to know how to use this and to use technology not only for your slogans but also for your actual work. So, for example, here, 1 hour or 2 hours a week, I will learn how to use some new technology. Well, this was a good saying, and also our company, we're trying to do that internally, but in everyday practice, we see that it requires a lot of time for a regular employee, and some sort of expert advice is needed. And I'm very happy to see that there is a special department at TET and an expert who can help to study the number of solutions, because there are hundreds of them, and it is necessary to understand what our needs actually are. And the other thing that we in our company have experienced is that we should promote the learning culture, what Paul's already said, that we should help people to understand how important learning is and why it should be done today. Because there are also people for whom it is more difficult to accept some change, of course. And Ewald, yes, in Latvia there is some distinct feature, a feature that differs us from others. For example, you can take whatever decision you can, but all decisions will be reapproved by the board. So it is a super slow process. This could be improved. A bit more budget for the innovation department and a bit more authority to take their own decisions. And nowadays, when it is a slow process, there are many solutions sold to companies, artificial intelligence, and now with ChatGPT and some shell products, there are some, well, not very serious products. You should be very careful about whom you are speaking to. Ingemar, maybe you have some commentary about those boards I will just mentioned. But one of my last year's products, a delegation of productivity, well, our company, the Latvian Mobile Telephone, is a very conservative company. And our procurements, they range from national defense and NATO procurements to some Teletubby stuff. Well, actually, as the company grows, we have actually we need to distribute the responsibilities, and there are some issues that are not in the competence of the board. Well, definitely, and we'll have to save the head of innovation department, because otherwise they will liquidate him. I have seen it for several times in my life. It is critically important for innovation process to be anchored in the financial department, technological department, accounting department, because otherwise they will eliminate them. But I have another recommendation. Do not read Desindex. This is my suggestion. It is complete rubbish. And any survey in which, well, this is sort of masochism. We are creating surveys and difficult surveys about how corruption is active in Latvia, and then we send those results to Europe, and then we see, oh no, we look so bad on that background. But if these data come from your surveys, this is moral statistics. This is terrible. It is not related to anything. We have conducted several comparative indices that differ actually 3 times. And using of cloud computing services actually differ 3 times from the actual results. And these are only the data coming from Latvia. And this, please remember that survey data is not valid, and do not bring yourself to depression by reading such unqualitative data. But what I can suggest to you is to use all the possibilities offered by the national government and national authorities, both for employee training and digitalization programs that are available now through Altum and other platforms and programs. And the other thing, and also Ingmar said, that we should be in friends. And training will not result in high quality results if we will not be in friends. You have to be willing to use the new skills. And if you have a shortage of skills, maybe you can consider creating some sort of business ecosystem. We see that it works in other countries, that this initiative to build knowledge groups, communities of knowledge, help the entrepreneurs to be in friends and to use the opportunities provided by the country. And you will have the possibility to continue this discussion during the lunch break. And those of you who watch us online can ask your questions on the Slido platform. And in the panel discussion, we had Gatis Ozols from the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development, Marina Volkova from Air Baltic, Pauls Jansons from TED, Eva Surtans, Riga Technical University, Ingmars Puitis from Latvian Mobile Telephone. And I'm saying a big thank you to all of you today for the panel discussion. Unfortunately, we didn't have any time left for questions, but you can use the lunch break for asking your questions directly to our participants. But don't worry, we'll have one more discussion today. Thank you, and now we'll go on lunch break, and I'll see you at 1:30.
Esiet sveicināti atpakaļ.
Welcome back at the International Conference in sight of the green and digital future. And I remind you that we have two working languages, Latvian and English, and those of you present can listen to the interpretation by using the headset, and those viewing us online can follow us on the YouTube platform and on LSM platform, and the conference without interpretation is available on the Confederation's Facebook account. And now we are heading towards our third part of the conference, Green Transition, Energy Strategy, Technological Innovations. And the first speaker will be Ragnar Saksing, presenting green technology in Estonia, university cooperation with private business.
Hello, good to see you. I hope you hear me well. My name is Ragnar Saksing. I'm presenting Tallinn Science and Business Park Technopole and have been leading green technology sector here for over 5 years. I'm an entrepreneur as well in technology field, and then at the moment I'm helping to digitalize one big shopping center in Estonia. No further ado, I will give you a short overview of what we are doing and how we have been working in cooperation with universities. Tallinn Science Park Technopole is unlocking potential of world-changing technology, and then we are helping Estonian entrepreneurs to come to the market with new innovative technologies. And Technopole is a foundation founded by Tallinn City, Tallinn Technical University, and State of Estonia. And basically 20 years ago, they said that please take this real estate, manage it well, and if you earn profit, put it back to Estonian entrepreneurship. So we have done it for more than 20 years in different sectors. And one of these 5 sectors where we are focusing on is green technology. Tallinn Science and Business Park Technopole has a business campus. In our campus, there are working every day more than 5,000 people, and we have different buildings, and you are very welcome to visit us if you are visiting Tallinn, and we can speak more deeply together with you what is your interest, and then how we can cooperate in different sectors. But yeah, we are helping entrepreneurs from idea and from dream and team towards scaling and going widely to the export markets. Green technology. As a fan of green technology, and as my background is, I have been studied biology, and later on entered the technology field. When you combine nature and technology, you probably get the answer green technology, and that's why I'm a big fan of this sector. Green technology definitely shaping the future, and then I searched for reports and studies about green technologies, and found one widely made study by Google Cloud, and they asked from nearly 1,500 leaders from 16 countries what executives believe technology can help them in future. And definitely first answer was that they believe that all these environmental problems will be solved by technology. This is true, not totally, because we also need social innovation, how we think and how we operate. But I want to point out a few very important key technologies, what we see with our team that shaping definitely the future. This is, of course, you know already, I believe that renewable energy has made a much bigger impact than analytics believed like 5 years ago. Also smart grids, where we can share this energy locally. Hydrogen and fuel cells definitely are key technologies that combined with other technologies are helping to become more sustainable in logistics, in mobility industry. Also bio-based raw materials. I want to point this out especially that everything what we use, mobile phones, coffee cups, everything we need to produce from raw materials. And raw materials we can get basically from two ways. Either we are mining it or we are growing it. And we see that bio-based raw materials, to grow the raw materials, is definitely shaping the future. Building, urban planning, all the energy efficiency in buildings, definitely in our area, are shaping the future as well. What we do in green technology community. This is Estonia's largest green technology community, where we are bringing together three parts, and one part is definitely entrepreneurs. Second part is universities, and the third part are public sector. This triangular can make a good platform for cooperation and good platform for climate innovation as well. Our goal is to support world-changing technology companies, and we are the place where businesses, academic cycle, and government organization can collaborate. The Estonian green tech community acts as an enabler, providing platform where ideas and experts meeting each other. This is how we implement our strategy. We have export missions. We assist in fundraising. Together with you, for example, we are organizing international business events, and also connecting stakeholders. And as my subject today is how to connect universities and businesses, I clearly show you few examples and explain why this is important, also all over the Baltics and all over the Scandinavia. First example, as you see, comes from from March 19. And this is entrepreneur who operates in new materials field. They are making economical plasters covering the walls, and they had market blocker. They didn't had a certificate to go to the market, and we together with TalTech University, Tallinn Technical University, helped them to find a laboratory where they could test the new material. And as you see from the email, thank you, they got the CE marking tests done. And now I met this entrepreneur a few days ago. They are on the market. This was exact market blocker where universities and their laboratories can help them. You could say that one is easy. I can also contact a university, but often this takes time and effort, and universities are having their work already there. They sometimes seek for contact with entrepreneurs, but sometimes they are too focused in their work that they don't have a time, or entrepreneur doesn't catch them well. And second collaboration example is currently in progress when we want to bring together entrepreneur that has market blocker toward German and UK, and they need scientific studies to prove the innovation of their product in forest industry. So this is ongoing work, and we can talk about it later if you punch me an email or give me a call. Value for entrepreneurs. You see on a slide as well that market visibility to get market capital co-pilot service and all these business development services. But important is value to university, that academic cycle, at least in Estonia, seeks synergy and exchange together with entrepreneurs and then together with business sector. This is Estonian green technology companies and alumni who we can easily promote to solve different problems in your venture. Either they are technical or I don't know, physical problems. There are several companies who can help to solve different sector specific problems. And to conclude that in our team, we believe that new scientific discoveries in Estonia will bring new companies that improve the environment and revolutionizing climate innovation, not only in Estonia, but around the world. Thank you. Stay tuned, stay green.
Lielas paldies Ragmaram. Thank you, Ragmar, par dalīšanos ar Igaunijas.
Thank you, Ragnar, for sharing your Estonian experience. And now I would like to invite Yevgeny Ivanovs, Head of Corporate Division at Swedbank, on the stage, and he will present his topic, Investments in Sustainable Solutions and Digitalization Benefits for Business.
Hello, everyone. Hello, dear members of the Employers Confederation and sustainability enthusiasts and all people listening here and online. We've heard a lot about employees, about data and how important they are. And one of the foreign speakers said, you can't manage it if you can't measure it. And entrepreneurs in their operations can analyze their operations from 3 points of view from the CSRD perspective. So you can measure what is the effect of a company, the risks and opportunities, or impact, risk and opportunities. And in the years, we've seen a lot of companies investing in their development, improving their productivity and competitiveness, which is important, but also to find solutions to the problem that we've heard a lot of today, the lack of employees, the lack of employee development, improvement, and of course this has to be done, and of course digitalization and effectivization is one of the ways to reach this. So maybe I won't be talking about the effect on the environment too much. So how our actions impact CO2 emissions and the environment, I think we've learned that already and we're measuring that already. So I'll be talking about a different kind of impact. So businesses work in a broad system, which of course impacts them and they impact the system. And in each field of impact makes the company capable of sustainably existing. And today, you, as people present and on the other side of the screen, with your interest in the topic, are proving that you are thinking of long-term sustainable development of your companies. So these places of impact is the working environment. So in our companies, we see that a modern, pleasant working environment and clear processes increase our productivity and raise the loyalty of employees. And that's what we hear with our companies. So this fight for employees is becoming ever so intense. And the statistics of the global workforce show that this fight will be ongoing. So taking care of your working environment is crucial for you. And cooperation partners, which is another impact sphere we have, mostly we tend to choose trustworthy supply chain participants. So if we only think locally and only of ourselves, we have to know that we are part of the supply chain. And sooner than later, we will have questions posed on our supply chains. And lastly, resources and energy efficiency are things we heard of today. So investments in sustainable solutions like solar panels, wind turbines is not only a question of lowering costs, it's also a part of the price we pay for democracy. So nowadays, renewable energy resources have a much broader array of questions linked to them. Now, on risks, is losing competitiveness. So this ostrich syndrome, when it comes to sustainability questions, will not help you. So big companies already next year have to start to make calculations and report their impact. And to calculate their impact on the environment, they will come to you, the SMEs, and ask your data. So I think that you, who are not large companies but small and medium enterprises, have to think of ways to invest, to think of data and about employees, so you can't underestimate their significance. So, reputation risks, there are internal and external ones. So on external reputation risks, you have to keep in mind environmental activists and your clients. So environmental activists will sooner or later get to your products and services and turn your attention to the things you're doing wrong. And what would be worse is if the clients point this out. And of course, they will point this out with their agreements and their wallets. And with internal reputation risks, we can see risks of lowering reputation and losing employees. So that's why internal reputation is important. And the financial system is currently a companion that you have to learn with, and you have to want to learn. And sooner or later, we will see the consequences of not having financial resources available or just them becoming more expensive. So people who will want to invest and change their business model from a non-sustainable old one to a new one. So the banks and the financial sector is the one who will aid you in making this transformation a reality. Speaking of opportunities, there are also people on the forefront that give opportunities. And so these investments make things cheaper, so make you more productive, have a better requirements for gaining funding. So these are the main gains if you choose to be at the forefront of innovation. There are companies that know both of these risks and opportunities, and in the last year, 2023, conducted a survey in our clients in all three Baltic states. And data show that around half of the people surveyed see that the most important sustainability uh, sustainability process reason is to make their clients happier, and of course to be more competitive in export markets. So the companies that work in export markets see this demand from their cooperation partners. What's interesting, if we look at Estonia, there are some things that are different from Latvia and Lithuania. So the first thing is that after these two priorities that we have in common, put a large focus on cost cutting or cost decreasing. So in the long run, they see large opportunities of decreasing their expenses. And another thing that I think is important is that Estonians see societal benefits as more important than we do. And here we've heard a lot about the individuality of Latvians, but we should probably think that together we can reach higher goals. And if everybody is doing better, the society as a whole will do better. On long-term choices and investments, we have an example from Kurzema, a metalworking company which is in the local and global market with investments of millions of euros in more efficient hardware, which helps them decrease their energy bills and helps them create new products for new clients. And they had the courage to look at investments from a medium enterprise point of view. Another example is the office building Elemental, which invested quite a lot initially in energy efficient pillars. So that means that they have pillars that generate electricity from geothermal energy, and so they could provide 70% of their energy costs by that. Of course, it's expensive at first, but there is a good return. And lastly, we have Danish Agro Cooperative, which was the first company in the Baltics which wanted to get funding, which is linked to sustainability goals, which require that they reach certain goals that they have set out for themselves, and this funding is linked to their results. So if they reach their goals, their funding will become cheaper. If they do not reach these goals, the funding will become more expensive. And this sort of practice, I think, going forward will be more and more popular, that your funding will be interlinked with your sustainable thinking. And lastly, I think that the Latvian Employers Confederation has always been associated with the long-term thinking pertaining to decisions made by the government and members of the Confederation. So I would like to invite you as entrepreneurs to realize and be aware that being sustainable, you will be more competitive with investing in digitalization and innovations. And not because there's a directive which makes you do it, but because you know that this is inevitable and you think it is important and it will allow you to save costs in your company. And the financial industry will be a companion in this path. Thank you. Thank you, Yevgeny. And in our discussion that will follow, we will be talking about whether sustainability is inevitable and what do our panelists think of that. But next, innovation, environment, and attitude towards it. We will hear Guna Soloveja from TET, who is the new business development manager.
And then?
Hello. Innovation, environment, and attitudes towards it. So first I will tell you about TED attitudes and experience and practice. 91.6%, considering the data of Adventure Capital from 2015 to 2023. This is the dropout rate of new ideas in the field of renewable energy. And I think this is not a story of how to find the magical why. Why should we create value, or why should we implement it in the field of renewable energy? We all know that this is the story of how to do that. If artificial intelligence has given us the tools to dream, to conceptualize, to visualize our ideas, well, let's imagine how Riga could look like a sustainable city in the future, which is nice, of course, but then again, the question, how to do that, how to make those steps to arrive there. We at TET, we base our innovations onto 4 main dimensions of how we create these values. The first one is our people. These are professionals, experts in 4 generations that are not afraid, that are willing to share their knowledge and work together on innovations. And this is very important. And we do that on everyday basis and also at various internal and external hackathons and other events. The second dimension is very important as well. These are our basic technologies and experience in implementing them. A large part of digital innovation is based on access to fast and stable internet, and this is very important, especially for those innovations that are ecosystem-based, for example, defense, energy resources, etc. And our experience in digital transition and its introduction into our business, it gives us understanding of how to manage complex projects of our stakeholders. And we also manage data centers that are located here in Latvia and that are located in our in other countries in Europe. The third thing is cooperation network with our customers and our cooperation partners. We always build new partnerships with companies here in Latvia and abroad, and mutual understanding, trust, ability to honestly divide competences, to share them, is of critical importance for us to be able to strengthen each other. This open approach is of critical importance. And the fourth dimension is our processes, both innovation processes, all those modern approaches, design thinking, lean approach. And also we revise our internal processes, make them more efficient. We automatize them, of course, with the help of artificial intelligence as well. And whenever we need a new business development approach or innovation approach, we often need to create new processes where a big part of company then is involved in. And this base is a solid foundation, and as LMT today mentioned, we are in good position to create many good innovations. And how we look in the future, regardless of the development approach we take, every time we have to look at the ecosystem and its accessibility. We need to understand how the solutions we are trying to work on look in the overall ecosystem. What are the cooperation partners? What are the competencies? What are necessary? What our solutions are, and how are they linked with the solutions of other companies, and how can we support each other? And at the same time, we also know our bases. For example, in the situation of the smart city, it is fast and secure internet, technology experts, cybersecurity experts, and also our experience in implementing complex projects. And as we move forward, it is very important to learn by doing and to be able to try both the technologies and solutions in the real environment or test environment, be it the urban setting or digital environment. And I want to mention the example of Ķīpsela, a district in Riga. Was very important for us to build the backbone based on smart lighting, because smart lighting allows us to guide energy flow and to provide the resources for other technologies in this smart city. And then we started testing various technologies with Riga problem issues in our minds. And of course, wonderful cooperation with Riga Technological University and Riga City Council and the company Draugiem.lv. We managed to offer several solutions: smart lighting, voice-to-text solution. We also can offer data center solutions, cybersecurity solutions, and data transmission exports. And we can offer also TED media services. And we do not stop there. We are making bold steps into the directions that are not yet covered by the market, or the market doesn't need that it needs those directions yet. And one of such stories is our cooperation with scientists as we work on quant technologies. And if we are investing in our technology for crypting quant solutions, we are going to offer for testing to protect medical and financial data. And we also continue developing in directions like cybersecurity, energy independence and energy management, secure city and civil defense, solutions for mass media, and business process optimization. So if any of these topics is of interest for you, we are open for discussions and cooperation. Thank you, Gunnar. And to my mind, the next presentation has a title that I understand very well, and we often see the title greenwashing, which is very popular. But the title of the next presentation, Green Transition from Slogans to Actions, presented by Arta Dimbiere.
Hello. I'm glad to be here in front of you. As my bosses said previously, I want to be green, but I still have the notebook. Of course, each of us have a step to take towards sustainability and using less paper, being more digital, making the digital transition. Of course, there are steps we have to take. So, why such a name? Climate change, transition from fossil fuels to renewables is happening for a long time. We have to be brave, we have to be safe, we have to be green. And this conversation is ongoing. For example, in 2015, when the EC and Latvia, as a member of the EU, signed the Paris Agreement. On these goals in the Paris Agreement, and what do they contain, and what we accepted. This was already talked about Kumi Kitamori in the morning part of outlining the idea of climate change and where are we headed. I really enjoyed the speeches today and the initial discussions where it was very clearly set out what is the overall political environment, the requirements with which we are heading forward, and why this transition from fossil fuels to renewables has to take place. And what I wanted to do today through my presentation contribute to this discussion with a bit of a spark so that we could try to revive this discussion. So here I've put some quotes from people that we all know, people in Europe, also a quote from the International Energy Agency and the ECB, which emphasize with these slogans that we have to transition, we have to promote renewables, and the IEA say that the next 3 years will be the years that we will have the most rapid transition towards renewables. But as we've heard for a few years from the ECB, they're indicating that we have to invest now because it will be much cheaper than investing in the future. So this is the foundation for moving forward. So I took a look, how do we look on a global level? On the image, we can see that Latvia is quite confidently marching forwards in the energy transition because we are above the average level of energy transition from fossil fuels to renewables. So if the world, on average, is prepared to transition at a rate of 56%, we are at 63%. So, but we are in a sandwich between Estonia and Lithuania. Of course, Estonia is slightly more prepared to transition, but Lithuania is less prepared to transition. So what would be valuable to remember the preparedness for transition, we have to look at three aspects. So energy resilience, security, and justness. So energy has to be available to everyone and available for a reasonable price. Overall, looking at what is said by the World Wildlife Foundation, so what does a quicker green energy transition give us? What are the benefits? We can see if we rapidly decarbonize, there will be an increase, more than twofold increase in employment in energy. The transition will, if we have the transition, we know that some places of employment will disappear, but there will be new vacancies, and there will be less damage to infrastructure as well. I think someone else might explain this better, so I'll just leave you with this thought. And energy poverty will decrease because energy can be sourced on a more local level, on a more resilient level, and perhaps even more environmentally friendly. And here I would like to add that there are benefits for health and the environment. So when we source energy from renewables, there's an 84% decrease in air pollution, and there is a 50% decrease on environmental pollution, on biological diversity, and other aspects. And here will be some things to consider during the discussion. So we had good examples that we heard from our partners in Swedbank. For example, these pillars in new buildings that accumulate heat. So here I have compiled new natural resource-based technologies or physics-based new technologies. But what I would like to remind you in the discussion as well, that we have to think of mixed energies, so heating energy, electric energy, and transport energy. So in my view, what we don't take advantage of enough is physics and chemistry. So if we talk about new technologies. So as it is mentioned here, for example, bladeless wind turbines. It means that we take up energy through wind vibrations. So some other good examples which I found interesting is maybe not producing large amounts of power, but for local generation, some a view in the future, a new innovation, if I remember correctly, in the Netherlands, where you put both wind and solar on rooftops. So in moments when there's no wind, you generate energy through bladeless wind generators, but if there's sun, you generate via solar. So there's both solar and wind energy production. So now I'll give the floor back to Mara with hopes that we will have very productive discussions. Thank you so much, Arta, for actually moving us forward towards the discussion, of course, which is entitled Green Transition, Energy Strategy, Technological Innovations. And as Arta said, there is another question on Slido before we start the discussion, so please show the QR code of Slido. So the question is simple. Have you encountered the NIMBY syndrome? And this was already mentioned by the Minister of Climate and Energy, Kaspars Melnis, so it means not in my backyard. So, for example, in Pāvilost, where people are protesting against wind turbines being installed at their coast. So, but now I will invite the participants of the discussions to take their chairs. So, Gunnars Valdmanis, the head of the Department of Energy Markets of the Ministry of Climate and Energy, Yevgenis Ivanovs, the head of Corporate Division of Swedbank, Guna Soloveja, who is the new business development manager at TET, and Kaspars Gorkš, the director general of the Employers Confederation of Latvia. So go ahead, I'll maybe take the far end now. And you can definitely keep on voting. At some moment, we will take a look at the results of the Slido survey. But a very simple question. I hope we will have complex answers. So, in your opinion, can companies continue existing in a non-sustainable fashion? So, sustainability is something we hear about a lot. Do you think it is possible at all? So, who would like to start? So, when you speak, they will turn your volume up. So, in my opinion, the question has a key word: exist. They can probably exist. They can continue to exist. Of course, the question how long, but it is absolutely clear that sustainability, green thinking, corporate social responsibility, and creating well-being for our employees is the mix that makes a modern company competitive. And if we want to work in export markets, these are the prerequisites for that. Evgeny, what is your opinion? So, on a short term, yes, you can exist, but first of all, the younger generation doesn't look at it as a choice. It's something mandatory, and we have seen the example of our eastern neighbor who makes decisions based on short-term perspectives. So we have to think of how to raise the value of the products and services that our companies provide. Yes, in my view as well, the clock for these companies that are non-sustainable ticks ever so loudly, and sustainable work becomes more and more economically justified, as it was already indicated by our colleague. People are paying more attention to investments that they are making are something that they're not ashamed of. And in the future, we could definitely predict that despite attempts to work in an old-fashioned way, you will still have to adapt. So each of you can get a mic. Actually, I have two mics, so I can actually speak up quite loudly. So can companies exist non-sustainably? Well, of course, the first word that I wanted to point out is the word exist. Do we want to simply exist? Because lagging behind accumulates, and in the modern times, you can lag behind even more quickly, and I don't think it is profitable in any way to exist in such a way. And I hope we've broken this cycle of not trusting in change and seeing the economic benefits. I think that logic should take the upper hand. Guna and Yevgeny, what do you both think are the benefits of investing in sustainable, renewable energy solutions? So maybe there's something you haven't yet managed to mention in your presentations. Well, the first thing is a very practical one. So if we use renewables in our infrastructure, we can actually very quickly get this profit, we can benefit. And secondly, we have much broader opportunities to cooperate on an international level if we can meet these criteria that we've put forward. And thirdly, with the services that we provide, for example, smart lighting, it's an example where we can save up to 70–80%, which is a large benefit for our clients, and we have a much better cooperation. And maybe let's not return back to our core values like productivity. What we have to think about is reputation, which we seem to underestimate at times. And looking at new types, we dare to take a risk, and look at new products. And today, it is an opportunity. While everybody else is not doing something, we can get this competitive edge, which would be much harder later on in the future.
Yes, reputation, it's very important because there are many examples in the world where reputation actually plays great role in the life of companies. Bureaucracy, a wonderful word I have rediscovered for myself today. Kaspar and Gunnar, is the current bureaucratic background motivating now? Well, to my mind, in energy field, this bureaucratic burden is not very high, but sometimes our society tries to put in one bag all things that are related to care of the society, like environmental assessments and other issues and other ways that are used to communicate with our society and other groups in one bag. And this burden, yes, it is quite big. It is a big challenge to the industry. It is the dialogue with the society, and we already heard about Pāvilos today. Yes, this dialogue will not always have the result we would like to see. Maybe we can see the results of our poll here. So NYM by MBY syndrome. So does it stem from not knowing, or there can be various motives. This can be emotional issue. There's sometimes unwillingness to accept change, and maybe some in the public environment. There's some encouragement to protest against some change to the environment. Sometimes these are material interests. Hope that there could be some compensation for without giving anything in return, because sometimes such energy companies are similar neighbors to your other neighbors. And the third reason, there are many misleading information available that says that sometimes there will be someone who will find some unknown third solution. So we tend to rely on something that some free energy source could be found by scientists, and this would be only a transitional measure. Well, I am a landowner in Pavilos region myself, and as you said, that this information, I also asked ChatGPT to find what does it mean for my land. So learning and obtaining information is very important also for regular in people, not only companies. Kaspar, what in your mind could be motivators for developing such technologies and solutions for companies? What would motivate companies to invest more in energy efficiency? I will join the previous question because I wanted to comment on it. And the trust as such is very low, and the public society does not trust in public processes. And sometimes this dialogue is built through bureaucratic mechanisms. And Latvia is an example that it is not the most efficient way of how to move forward if we speak about sustainability. And in answering this one, I forgot your. So how to motivate companies to look towards energy efficient resources? Well, this is a benefit for companies themselves, for the entrepreneurs themselves, and I think they know that, because today in these presentations we saw several examples where this could help our entrepreneurs. So this is a motivating factor as such. And also the background we are now, we have to understand, and we must understand, that we cannot rely on one single thing. It can be a risk too big for us to avoid such policy. So these two reasons are good motivators for us to speak about diversification. And to add to what Kaspar said, I wanted to say that we have to look where energy sector companies are investing and what calculations they use, and the economic reasons, namely the final price wins, especially in terms of renewable energy. And what I hear is that the companies want the environment to be clear. Of course, regulations, they are not complete. They can be changed frequently. And as Mr. Putis said, we can either think and then do, or we can do and then adapt. Of course, it is more difficult for small companies, because sometimes you use your resources and then you have to reinvest them again. But what is the alternative if you do not do that? So let's learn from Mr. Putis. I wanted also to share about think and then do, and do and then think, because this is one trend that we can see in those development trends, because you just have to do, and then you have to find the reason why are you doing that. And this relates to both policy planners and company planners, because in the future there will be more and more unknown. We will have to be able to assess the data that we have, but we will have to be able to take a broader view to understand how the future might look like. And also education is now developing into the direction where our young people are taught of how to act in one or other situation given certain modalities. So do and then think will be a topical issue both in policy planning and company management. Gunnar, to continue about public benefit, and speaking about your company, TET, and thinking of your innovations, and they are serving not only you but also the public, but the wider society. What are the challenges you would mention? As with anything else, well, these are discussions, whether we are speaking about content services or green services or anything else. Anything that comes as new, where we do not have much information, and we will never have a complete range of information. This is our task, to explain in this whole process. And also, when thinking about the society, it is important for us to frankly speak about what is our current development stage of this project. For example, we are starting now, we are opening discussion as soon as possible, and we have to provide this information accessible. Yes, we will definitely see some objections. There will be some resistance, and it will not be the case where we'll have the project completed and then the person will come in and understand that they do not understand anything, and the materials and the work are wasted at that point. But we cannot arrive at that situation. So, and a comment from my side, we will have time for questions in this discussion, so you can send them in the question and answer section on the Slido platform. Yevgeny, how Swedbank helps your customers in sustainability issues? Well, the first two things that come to my mind is partnership in learning, because this is a learning book that has not been written yet. We have our experts, we have our experience, and we see many cases and experts not only in Latvia but also abroad, and we share our knowledge. We also say that we do not have all the answers, but then we are trying to find those missing answers. And this is one thing, to be a learning partner and to tell about that. And the second thing is through financing, because it is clear transformation will require much money. And as a financial sector representative, Swedbank is here to help to finance those needs. And these are those partners that we can do. And Gunnar, we have heard wind very much today. So what are the Latvia's visions, speaking about wind and development of wind parks? Well, primary, yes, it is wind and wind energy. Because if we look at solar energy, then the number of invest applicants is experiencing its high peak in the market. So also the manufacturers, as they take care of their production, they might face some market restrictions. But speaking about wind development and wind energy development, this potential is untapped currently, and the situation is very beneficial for these investments to be made. And in the long run, of course, we will also face attempts to look for biomethane, and also hydrogen. And well, how prominent those solutions would be will depend on the market participants themselves, both on the consumer side and the manufacturer side. But I wanted to underline that we as policy makers would not like to re-regulate many things. We are not, it is not our desire to say the consumers or investors how they should act. And a long-term contract between manufacturers and consumers would be a solution. This is actually a legal instrument that is not used by the sellers and the consumers enough, because here you do not have to wait for some third party that would put your bilateral relations in order. And in Scandinavia, we see more fixed agreements on procurements. But from the point of view of taxpayers here in Latvia, I think that there is energy train is leaving now, and I would like to see more investments here. But if the Baltic states is a unified market here, then we should then we can see a more active wind market in Lithuania and Estonia. And would like to see this entrepreneurial spirit more active here in Latvia. Kaspar, Gunnar mentioned the open discussion. So what do you think about open discussion or the lack of its discussion here in our country? Well, discussions. There are many discussions in various formats, I think, and discussion. We could speak about discussions after the goals are met, because we can speak much, but when we have to arrive to some conclusion, well, this have to be done. And the manners or ways of how we communicate with the society can take different forms, and employers can also participate in this. Education activities. We also spoke about reputation and values. So employers are those who set their own values, and there are people who would like to associate themselves with values that are important for them. So there are many forms of how we could do that. Either communicate verbally or by showing your example. The most important thing is for these discussions to bring some results. And a question to all of you. So we are having discussions, but how can we strengthen the attitudes of the society towards new technologies more efficiently? Because, well, companies may do that, but the people do not use it. They protest against them. How to solve this situation? Well, I already spoke about the lack of public trust. And we rank second but last in the global rating. And this environment, yes, is rather tense. And we have some DNA heritage, and we are not willing to accept anything new or renewed or revised. We do not understand processes clearly. Sometimes these processes do not have clear conditions. There are some drawbacks. Maybe there's some legal deficiencies, aspects that affect the ability to trust, and not only for people, for general public. Also, sometimes companies find it difficult to do that. Gunnar, what is your opinion? How could we strengthen the attitudes of public?
Well, from inhabitants' perspective, we have to be aware that people face many different parallel processes and problems, economical challenges, security challenges. So the question is what we want to talk about to them at this exact moment is not the priority. So the key word here is persistence. So we have to patiently push this discussion towards people to show how they are involved in this process that will not be top to bottom procedure, that we have to show them how they are involved in this ecosystem. So we have to teach them what is their long-term role in this process. And I would say that we can't underestimate the role of the media, and what the media are talking about on a daily basis is something that the general public lives through. So if we talk about sustainability and technologies more, the main question is, what do we talk about in this regard? So what are the benefits? What are the good examples? What are our gains? But remembering Elvis' story today, of course, we have to talk about the risks. But the best example here would be that media talk about these topics more. So we are getting Slido questions as well. So people watching us remotely, don't be shy. Go ahead on Slido and write your questions. So one of the questions is this NIMBY concept important when making decisions, when we ignore or not ignore the green transition in our country? Can we ignore NIMBYs? Well, of course, there are a lot of legal instruments that, and sometimes you could have digressions or stray from the legislation. We have, for example, objects of national interest statuses in EU legislation as well. So there are principles where we can grant priority to certain things, but this would be an extreme case when sides cannot reach an agreement. But what we lack primarily is a dialogue with the stakeholders, because it's not productive when there's a third party involved who tries to reach a balance. And as it was said, dialogue or cooperation through bureaucracy, unfortunately, in public discussions, that is the way it happens oftentimes. And we should have a healthy confrontation from the investors' side and from the inhabitants' groups. As already it was clearly shown today, the media have a tendency to represent the group that is larger in number, but not always the majority has the truth on their side. So we could risk democracy here. But Kaspars, what would you like to say about this? Well, listening to what you were saying, human is a much simpler creature that we tend to assume, and the specific good or benefit that the person will gain might actually work to get them to dialogue. If we see a benefit for ourselves, we enter into the dialogue to understand the essence, and when we understand the essence, we might draw a conclusion that might differ from our initial conclusion. So there's one thing: if we want to successfully implement this transition, the person has to understand that they are part of this, that they can afford these tools that they are offered to, and of course there's this benefit. In legal relationships and in labor, we talk about this basket of benefits, and oftentimes this can actually lead to dialogue and not bureaucracy. So I had a question for you. From the media mentioned, and how large an effect of media has on your decision making, and of course how it affects societal thought. Well, on sustainability and innovation, these are two different topics, because sustainability is a requirement from regulators. And in the past year, we've already seen fines in banks in the EU for insufficient action in terms of sustainability, for example, in data. So we will be forced, and actually this is good, to move forward much more quickly than the rest of society. As for innovations in our products, we are trying to implement, and that we are trying to be the trailblazers, for example, in investing, for example. So firstly, how prepared society is to take on these changes. Well, if the society is not prepared, we cannot make these changes. And on media, of course, media have a very significant role, and we as representatives of the industry have the task of pushing these topics into the media and other platforms. And one thing that I forgot to add is cooperation, because you don't have to do everything yourself. We have understood that one of the most important things are data. So we will have to get data from our clients, and they are not always available on the client side. And then there's a tunnel of getting these data. And now we are cooperating with the Estonian, I think it's no longer a startup, so they have helped us with commercial real estate, and they will help clients understand what these data are, how you could decrease these data. It will help them generate a sustainability certificate that will be passed on to the bank, and then the bank will be able to use this to set a range of prices. And this is a way that we could show them that you don't have to do everything yourself. And this sort of cooperation is one of the keys to success. And we have a question on cooperation from Slido. So cooperation, how active is it from between universities and companies in our state? So maybe you have a comment on this, between universities and companies. So, cooperation with universities. We have great cooperation in TET with the Riga Technical University and the University of Latvia in terms of the AI team, for example, and I think this cooperation should be reinforced. I think that on our scientists' side, there are a lot of good ideas that have to be brought into the spotlight, and I think this can be done through cooperation with companies. And I think we should be braver in research and development. So in media, we sometimes hear only the larger names, for example, Latvia's Finieris, which invest in creating new products. But here we have to have a broader outlook on research, because only in this way can we develop new ideas. And Gunnars, maybe this is a question you can answer. At what speed have these calls to climate action gotten to Latvia? And I think they've gotten to us quickly enough, because these long-term goals, these main long-term goals, with some digressions here and there, have already been communicated for a long enough time. And some scolding that we've received is understandable, but I think it's just a part of a political discussion. But the direction that we're taking as a continent, as a union, I think this had sufficient understanding from other discussion cycles, even before the crisis. I think there will be no large surprises. What's important today, this discussion was mentioned previously, that we have to make this regulatory framework smaller and understandable, digestible in scope, and understandable to SMEs, because they do not have the resources and understanding, but they will have duties. So it would be great that if we as a country could find a way to help SMEs as people who understand the field. So we have to motivate them to move, not by punishing, but by teaching. So that's another question. Identify what stimuli do people need so that they would change the energy resources they use in their household. So maybe all of you could have a few words here. Well, it's a very, very broad topic, but on a political level, we've already often used one of these principles, that the polluter pays. So someone who is less efficient consumes less efficiently, receives a negative financial stimulus. But if they are ready to change their ways, for example, a great example is home renovation projects and programs, and I hope in the coming years, I hope we as a society will mature in terms of our responsibility and understand that this is just some capricious whim, that this is something linked to the value of our real estate and our wallets. So this is a combination of supporting the positive initiatives and not allow to be to stagnate. So, and key word is to avoid subsidies. So this investment signal should be as a support, a grant for things done well, but clearly we have to show that that energy resource manufacturer has to take care that it will be cheap, and then you could just get competitive payments, and that's why you do your homework and you take care of your estate. Well, I definitely agree that this type of approach works. I think that people are emotional beings. So we can see what motivates people in the long run. So we could use power that can work in the short term, but belief will motivate people in the long term. So again, through media or in any other form, if we make them believers in sustainability, they will do it willingly and it will cost less to the state. Anyone else? Maybe the people here later will express their questions. Well, I have a short and specific example. What was our experience with installing solar panels in households? So there was a wonderful support from the state, but what we saw on the client side are several things where we have to support people. So one is technologies, to explain technologies, how they will look on site, how to help them conduct this whole process being next to them so that they can install these solar panels in their homes. Next, through state support, not all households will have it easy. They won't find it easy to apply and follow all these processes, how application happens, how will they be paid back, etc. And one other thing that we have to understand, where we have to have a strong shoulder, is so only this way they will see the benefit. Kaspars, maybe you have something to add. Well, I can try. Overall, I think that support for new initiatives should be based on positive motivation and not a regulatory or punishing motivation. So a lot of initiatives see themselves trapped in a dead end where they try to model laws on punishment. So we should not focus on sanctions and punishment. And of course, then that accumulates bureaucracy around it, and we don't want that. So now, if we look at the situation currently, and it is that people do not trust. So if there's no trust, we have to find motivating mechanisms and measures, and there definitely will be people smarter than me in this regard who could explain this. But the overall change in the way of thinking, and from the lawmakers' side, there should be a larger trust in the entrepreneurs. So there should be a mutual trust, definitely. Well, we have a few more questions from Slido, but maybe there's someone in the audience who wants to ask a question. I've heard some people chatting, so maybe you can speak in the mic so that the online people hear what you're saying. So maybe short questions, because we have 5 minutes. So Ants Zeltinš, I didn't have the time to ask the question, and so I'll try to ask this now. So it's mostly based on what Ingmar said, but I think he's gone. So it's in response to Ingmar's presentation. So in simple words, so let's not talk about hardware, AI, or the green transition. So the main question is the mission that we are looking at. And being from the marine industry, and if we take a look at what Seneca said, no wind will push you forward if you have no idea where you're going. And in business and industry, wherever we try to reach something, if there's no common view of what we want to reach, the same thing with energy. So if we want to be energy independent, then is it governmental level, political level, business level, or societal level? So each part understands how their actions impact something, contribute to it or not. So what is the question? So the question is from a funding point of view. So maybe I'm looking at Swedbank here. Given that the taxonomy will play an important role everywhere, especially in funding different projects, how will this be the bank's strategy imposed by the regulator and the ECB, and how much will this be affected by the Latvian national view, where we want to move to in terms of sustainability and the Green Deal? So yes, yeah.
Well, when you work in Latvia, you have to follow this framework. Of course, we want to have a clearer Latvian framework, but we want to also include the requirements in terms of taxonomy. How are we going to adapt here locally? So what will help us will be discussion with our partners and the government. And maybe we can look towards Scandinavia, whether we will listen to, but to have a broader view, it could help us to receive some suggestions maybe. But before you arrived at your question, you have a very long introduction, and it made me think about that. And we have to understand what happens around us, and we have to pay attention to it to see some regularities, because time is flying fast. And maybe you noticed that there was a heavy rain, and in one region the harvest was flooded. Instead of being upset, the farmer swam in the field and sent it to the television and made it as a joke. Changing the attitudes and seeing it now could help us. Well, this is important, and we have to think about it also from the government's point of view. I'll take it one step further. We have to have a clear vision, because with so many unknown elements, we have to be careful about approving strategic documents, because they are lagging behind, or whether they will understand how to figure it out themselves, or they will tell us how to do it from somewhere top down. But this procrastination, it does not build trust. And there are many sectors where we are looking for something instead of acting. Well, although we are speaking about being agile and being able to adapt, I think that we have to be brave to take decisions on our strategies, and also stakeholders can actually assume some responsibilities pursuant to those strategies. There are many smart minds that can alter the directions slightly. And Gunnar, some final words from you. Maybe you have some comments. Speaking about the shift in thinking, I wanted to encourage the public to stop sticking to cheapness as the most important thing, because well, it makes me think, how can it happen that a vegetable grown in Iran can be cheaper than one grown in Latvia? And then I have to think, but do I want for my co-peer here in Latvia to earn as low amount of money as his colleague in Iran? So I want for our fellow farmers to receive decent remuneration, and I think it is nothing wrong to pay decent money to your fellow farmers. And I think this is the vision we should have. This is the look we should take at all sectors, because, well, we cannot hope that we will live in some prosperous country if we will deprive our colleagues from other sectors from this remuneration. Gunnar, what can you add? Yes, I agree totally. To my mind, trust is very important, yes, and this is what we see with our cooperation partners. If we want to implement anything, cooperation and trust is very important, because it takes time until we can agree on something. And the second thing, yes, we need to define clear directions, like visionaries. But speaking about introducing some solutions, I want to refer to what I said in connection with ecosystems. We have to build ecosystems until we arrive at the final destination. Maybe this is something more than just wind turbines, where we can come together from various sectors to arrive at the goal, after all. We have had some questions on Slido platform about ecosystems, but the time is up now. And dear participants and discussion members, You have all the contacts available on your hands. It is impossible for us to discuss everything during this conference, but I wanted to say a big thank you to the participants of the discussion Green Transition Energy Strategy, Technological Innovations. And with us, there were Gunnar Valdmans from Ministry of Climate and Energy, Head of Department of Energy Market, Yevgeny Ivanov, Swedbank Head of Corporate Division, Gunnar Soloviev, TET New Business Development Manager, and Kaspars Gorkš, Director General of the Confederation of Employers in Latvia. And thank you to all of you, participants of our conference. Please keep following the LDDK activities, and because until February next year there will be many webinars and activities devoted to digital and green transition, and in July we'll meet each other in the tent of the Latvian Confederation of Employers in the negotiation and conversation festival Lampa. So please come to Lampa. You will be able to ask all your questions, I promise you. Well, at least at the point when discussions will end. And during this year, the Employers Confederation will also develop some suggestions on the impact of digitalization and the impact it has on the companies and society, and also on the green transition and the fair transition for employees. And with this, I, Māra Slaja, the moderator, say goodbye to you and see you in other events. Thank you.